Chapter 587. 6,000 years had passed, and Earth had changed a lot. The environment had become more beautiful. In the cities, there were not only unique technology buildings, but also islands that were suspended in the air by the power of formations. Among the pedestrians on the street, some were wearing casual clothes, some were wearing high-tech uniforms, and some were wearing cultivator armor with a powerful aura. There were also people riding tamed monsters, showing off on the streets, but they were quickly driven away by the law enforcers of the Great Xia Alliance. In the early days of the Spirit Chi Recovery era, the monsters that ravaged Earth had become the test subjects and pets of Earthlings. As for those wilderness areas, they had long disappeared, and only some ruins could be seen in museums. Today's Earth, nature, technology, and cultivation civilization were well integrated. Moreover, with the Great Xia Alliance as the main force, the Earthlings were no longer limited to exploring the solar system. Many Earthlings who had stepped on the path of cultivation had the strength to enter the depths of the Tao Alliance and leave traces in the distant starry sky. Earth, Rain Viewing Pavilion. With the departure of the disciples of the Three Gates, Six Sects, and the various powerful families of the Tao Alliance, True Monarch Wine Sword was the last alien on Earth. Jiang Xi and True Monarch Wine Sword sat leisurely in the pavilion, drinking and admiring the beautiful mountains and rivers. True Monarch Wine Sword praised, "It's really a planet full of vitality." He had taken his revenge, his inner demon was gone, and he had become a true monarch with an endless lifespan. He didn't have to worry about life and death, so he was more carefree now. Compared to those big planets in the universe, Earth's foundation is still too weak. If Earth could have more true monarchs and a large number of tribulation transcender powerhouses, then 1 or 2 true monarchs would be enough. If 1 or 2 more Tao Lords appeared, that would be perfect. Riverward closed his eyes, letting his imagination run wild. True Monarch Wine Sword laughed, "Ha, kid, you really dare to dream. Tao monarchs are not cabbages, and you want 1 or 2 more. For a peerless genius like you to come out, it already shows that this planet is a place of great providence." Jiang Xi laughed. Tao monarchs were indeed a bit difficult, and even he himself wasn't a Tao monarch. However, the number of true monarchs and tribulation transcender powerhouses was something to look forward to. Earth was a magical planet, and people born here seemed to have great providence compared to people of the same age. It was easier to encounter opportunities. He rarely encountered bottlenecks in his cultivation, and even if he did, he would break through them very quickly. And these were the key factors to becoming a powerhouse. One could imagine that in time, the number of immortal path experts on Earth would definitely increase. Forget about becoming a Tao Lord. With you around, no one on Earth will dare to bully you. In addition to the resources you brought, you can send the talented Earthlings to some of the human race's universe secret realms to train. For example, the Battle Tattoo Continent and the myriad mountain starry sea that you've been to in the past. Under these cultivation resources and environments, the strength of the people on Earth would definitely increase even more rapidly. I believe that Earth will definitely become a holy land of the Tao Alliance in the future. True Monarch Wine Sword said with a serious expression. Jiang Xi didn't say anything. He raised his cup with Shizhuan. The future was promising. Other than opening up a grotto heaven world, he had returned this time. Another thing was to transform the entire solar system and set up an all-encompassing offensive and defensive array formation for this solar system. During the 80,000 years that Lu Yuzhou was in seclusion, Jiang Xi learned all of Lu Yuzhou's secret techniques through the experience panel. Many of those secret technique stone inscriptions were related to array formations. In other words, he was now a master of array formations. In the entire universe, there shouldn't be many people who could surpass him in array formations. In addition, he killed 4 Tao Lords of other races and nearly 5,000 perfected monarchs of other races in the ancient immortal world. All of these brought him considerable spoils of war. Before returning to Earth, Jiang Xi had already disposed of these spoils of war and exchanged them for a huge amount of resources. He believed that with these resources, he could definitely make Earth impregnable. Let Earth become a holy land in terms of environment first. This is my experience in opening up a grotto heaven world. Take it for reference. After the master and disciple finished drinking, true monarch Winesword gave Jiang Xi a jade slip. Thank you, master. Jiang Xi took it. With my current strength, I can't help you much. That's all I have. True monarch Winesword laughed self-deprecatingly. Master, you must be joking. With master's talent, the method of opening up a grotto heaven world must be valuable. Jiang Xi laughed. Don't bother. I know myself. I'm already very satisfied and proud to have a disciple like you. True monarch Winesword looked at the starry sky and sighed. Jiang Xi also looked at the endless starry sky. There was no need for formalities between the master and disciple. They were like family. In the following days, Earth and the entire solar system entered the stage of major transformation. With Jiang Xi's strength and resources, he quickly set up a shocking secret technique array formation in the entire starry sky. Under the protection of these large arrays, coupled with the fact that the solar system was originally surrounded by the mysterious asteroid belt. Now, even Downlords couldn't barge in directly. Then, it was the transformation of Earth, mainly the grotto heaven worlds. After all, Earth was only so big and the living space was limited. In comparison, there was a large amount of space in the grotto heaven worlds that could provide for the survival of people on Earth. In fact, even though the 3 gates and 6 sects had been stationed on Earth for 6,000 years, they had only barely developed a small part of the grotto heaven worlds. Especially the largest grotto heaven world, the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven in the Kunlun Mountains. There was a boundless continent with a diameter of 10 billion light-years inside. In the entire original universe, only the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance and the headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect each had such a huge continent. The vast territory, abundant spirit chi, and safe environment were enough to support the development of Earth for countless eras. Therefore, Jiang Xi focused on the transformation of the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven. It would be the main place where people on Earth would live in the future. In the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven, Jiang Xi stood in the sky above the continent. With his current essence soul stage, it was difficult for his spirit sense to cover this place. When a true monarch opens a small grotto heaven and becomes a Tao Lord, the small grotto heaven will expand into a large grotto heaven. If he can become a heavenly lord, the large grotto heaven will go through the process of creation and become a small universe. Jiang Xi thought carefully. The information that Tao Lord Nine Clouds and true monarch Winesword had given him gave him a deeper understanding of the various grotto heaven worlds. In fact, even a small grotto heaven could be considered a cultivation paradise in the human territory. However, it was still far from a sacred land. For example, the Tsungyun sect, which ruled the pale blue planet, had a Tsungyun grotto heaven. It was opened by the Tsungyun sect's patriarch, true monarch Tsungyun. The larger a grotto heaven was, the better the cultivation environment. In the human race, every grotto heaven was a sacred land for cultivation. For example, the 9 heavens world of the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters was actually a single grotto heaven. It was just divided into 9 layers of space. Its owner was Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who was known as a half-step heavenly lord. Under normal circumstances, a first revolution true monarch can open a grotto heaven with a diameter of 1 light-year. Similarly, a 5th revolution true monarch can open a grotto heaven with a diameter of 5 light-years. The grotto heavens of Tao Lords are divided into the universe, Aeon, flood, and desolation realms. A universe Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 900 million light-years. An Aeon Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 600 million light-years. A flood Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 300 million light-years. A desolation Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 100 million light-years. Jiang Xi carefully organized this information in his mind. He was both shocked and puzzled. This was because the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven had a diameter of more than 10 billion light-years. It was far larger than a universe Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven. However, this was still a grotto heaven world. It had not experienced the creation of a heavenly lord's miniature universe. The size of a grotto heaven world largely represents the strength of the owner. From this, it can be seen that the person who opened the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven was far stronger than a universe Tao Lord. He was even comparable to my master, Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who was a half-step heavenly lord. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The strength of a true monarch and Tao Lord didn't just include their body, primordial spirit, immortal energy, Taoist arts, secret arts, and so on. It also included the size of the Grotto Heaven world. This was because they could use the world energy of the Grotto Heaven world to increase their strength even more. It was worth mentioning that in the ancient immortal world, because it was close to the origin land of the universe, there was the existence of the origin will of the universe. Even Heavenly Lord Purple Firmament's strongest secret art, the sky connecting mountain river painting, couldn't cover that place. Those true monarchs and Tao Lords didn't have the strength to use the world energy of the Grotto Heaven world. Jiang Xi knew very well that if he wasn't in the ancient immortal world, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to kill so many Tao Lords and true monarchs so easily. If he was in the original universe and hadn't opened the Grotto Heaven world, those true monarchs and Tao Lords would have been enough to make him suffer. Back to the main topic, Jiang Xi was puzzled. Where did the owner of the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven go? With such strength, as long as he didn't seek death, he could definitely live until the end of the universe. Moreover, Jiang Xi was very sure that the owner of the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven was still alive. This was because according to the information provided by Tao Lord Nine Clouds, when a true monarch or Tao Lord died, the Grotto Heaven world he opened would also be destroyed and become dilapidated. In the end, it would be swallowed by the spatial turbulence. However, the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven in front of him was obviously just a wasteland and not destroyed. It still had rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As long as a seed was planted, it would quickly take root and sprout. I can imagine that a long, long time ago, this place gave birth to countless species of life. However, these life forms, including animals, plants, and all spiritual bodies, seem to have disappeared overnight without a trace. It's not just the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven. The other Grotto Heaven worlds on Earth, except for the most dangerous one, the Fengdu Grotto Heaven, are also in a wasteland and not destroyed. The owners of these Grotto Heaven worlds might not have died. Or perhaps, there's a mysterious power that I don't know about that allowed these Grotto Heaven worlds to be preserved, even if the people who opened them died. Jiang Xi's feelings were very complicated. Even with his current strength, he still couldn't find out the true secrets of Earth. Tao Lords had opened Grotto Heavens, and there were a total of 7 Grotto Heavens on Earth. This meant that in an era long ago, there had been 7 Tao Lords on Earth. It had to be understood that, excluding Riverward, the human race of the Tao Alliance only had 22 Tao Lords. This was definitely a shocking and bewildering matter. This was because there were no traces of the existence of these 7 Tao Lords in the history of the Tao Alliance. Did they exist in the era when Earth was known as the Mountain Sea Star? Jiang Xi thought to himself. This was the only possibility. Venerable Ming Ming and Master Nine Firmaments might know some of these secrets. I'll find some time to ask them. The 3 gates and 6 sects had been stationed on Earth for 6,000 years. Given their background and knowledge, they definitely knew what these Grotto Heavens represented. However, the human Tao Lords didn't publicize this. Even Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't take the initiative to mention this to Jiang Xi. Is it because I'm not strong enough to know these secrets? Jiang Xi frowned and shook his head. No, I'm definitely qualified to know what the other human Tao Lords know. Perhaps the time isn't right. Or perhaps only Venerable Ming Ming and Master Nine Firmaments know about these secrets. The other human Tao Lords don't know. At that thought, Jiang Xi suddenly laughed. There was someone beside him who knew, yet he still had to think hard. However, there was a chance that even perfected lords could die after venturing deeper. The step of opening up a Grotto Heaven world was to choose a space fragment in the space mezzanine. Then, one would integrate all kinds of energy into one's body and refine it to open up their own grotto heaven world. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to actually do. In particular, shuttling through the space mezzanine was extremely dangerous. Perfected lords will generally place their grotto heaven in the grotto heaven world layer. Then, as their strength increases, they will slowly expand their grotto heaven world into the depths and finally reach the space turbulence layer. The deeper one goes, the safer the grotto heaven world will be. And the requirements for strength will also be higher. Whoosh! Jiang Xi turned into a sword light and teleported through the space mezzanine. He directly skipped the space fragment layer and grotto heaven world layer and arrived at the space turbulence layer. After that, he carefully shuttled and no longer teleported. In the space turbulence layer, there were pieces of mirror-like space fragments that floated without any pattern. The speed of their flow seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. The impact was extremely strong. These space fragments are getting bigger and bigger. Their diameters are at least 10 billion kilometers. If hit, even a ninth tribulation transcender will die. Whoosh! Jiang Xi constantly searched for suitable space fragments. He found that some of the illusory space fragments had already developed land and sea. As he continued to go deeper, 2 days later, he found a space fragment with a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers. Oh, if I hit it, even a perfected lord will be annihilated in an instant. Jiang Xi became even more careful. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of these. He was just afraid that he would encounter something bigger. After all, the flow of these space fragments was very irregular. 3 days later, Jiang Xi found a suitable target. It was a super-large space fragment. The largest diameter is over 10 trillion kilometers, and the smallest diameter is over 6 trillion kilometers. It's enough to carry my cultivation, Tao techniques, and various other powers. Open a grotto heaven world. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and stood in the space turbulence. He opened his arms and immediately covered this space fragment with his spiritual sense. After he reached the 5th revolution true monarch realm, the strength of his spiritual sense had also undergone substantial changes by relying on the peacock visualization method and the secret Tao seal technique. Now, he could easily cover an area of nearly 1,000 light-years. It was naturally easy to cover a space fragment with a diameter of just over 1 light-year. Buzz, then, Jiang Xi followed the method that he had already concluded. He injected his physical strength, primordial spirit power, immortal power, Tao techniques, secret techniques, and so on into the illusory space fragment to fuse and refine it. The huge space fragment began to tremble more and more violently. The originally illusory space fragment gradually became real, as if it was being led from another dimension to the real world. Rumble. This process created a terrifying shockwave that washed away the surrounding space fragments like a wave. Finally, after an unknown period of time, this huge space fragment became incomparably real. There was no illusory space at all. A real grotto heaven world was formed inside. Whoosh! With a thought, Jiang Xi disappeared from the space turbulence and instantly appeared in the newly opened grotto heaven world. The vast and mighty world was filled with rich spiritual energy. And the edge of the world was still expanding outwards at an unimaginable speed. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in the process. He benefited a lot. Soon, the grotto heaven world's diameter reached 5 light-years. Under normal circumstances, a rank 5 true lord's grotto heaven world was this size. However, Jiang Xi's grotto heaven world could not be judged by common sense. His primordial spirit was already at the level of a flood-level Tao Lord, and his body was also a rank 4 supreme treasure. He had also cultivated 7 Tao techniques and reached the perfected great Tao realm. Even if he had not stepped into the heavenly Tao, his Tao techniques were comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord. It could be said that Jiang Xi's immortal power was not comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord's. In other aspects, he was at the level of a flood-level Tao Lord, and some of them even surpassed him. Therefore, his grotto heaven world continued to expand after reaching a diameter of 5 light-years. In the end, it took 10 years for the expansion of the world to stop. This originally irregularly shaped grotto heaven world had become a huge spherical celestial body with a diameter of 500 million light-years. 500 million light-years in diameter. It's only one step away from being comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord's grotto heaven. Jiang Xi was in high spirits. A flood-level Tao Lord's grotto heaven had a diameter of 600 million light-years. He knew where he was when compared to a real desolate-level Tao Lord. Apart from the strength of his immortal power, there was also the difference in his Tao technique realm. Although the power of 7 perfected great Taos was extraordinary, it was still inferior to the heavenly Tao in essence. I'm only a rank 5 true Lord. It's already heaven-defying for me to be able to open up a grotto heaven of this scale. Let's try out the new power. With a thought, Jiang Xi felt as if he was in control of everything. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the grotto heaven world. He was the grotto heaven world. Everything in this world was under his control. In the huge space with a diameter of 500 million light-years, there were primitive stars and starry sky continents surrounded by stars. On those stars and starry sky continents, there were mountains and seas. On the land, there were rivers, lakes, forests, grasslands, swamps, etc. In the sea, there was endless seawater and starry islands. At the same time, there was a brand new power in this world, the power of the world. Jiang Xi drew the new power into his body, and his strength instantly increased. A 10-fold increase. Jiang Xi was shocked. Then, he rejoiced. Back in the ancient immortal world, it was fortunate that those true lords and Tao lords were unable to borrow the power of the world because it was close to the universe's origin. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. I wouldn't have had the chance to kill so many true lords, and I wouldn't have had the strength to kill 4 desolate-level Tao lords. Jiang Xi thought back to the war that had destroyed the Fengqiao clan not long ago. At that time, he had discovered that Tao Lord Fengqiao was far stronger than the 4 desolate-level Tao lords he had killed in the ancient immortal world. He had only been able to kill Tao Lord Fengqiao with the help of the other 2 human Tao lords. At that time, Jiang Xi didn't know the many secrets of opening a grotto heaven world, so he didn't think too much about it. He thought that Tao Lord Fengqiao was really stronger than the 4 desolate-level Tao lords. Now that he thought about it, it was because Tao Lord Fengqiao had borrowed the power of the grotto heaven world that his strength had increased by 10-fold. That was why he was so strong. Now that my grotto heaven world has been completed, although it's a bit smaller than the grotto heaven of a flood-level Tao Lord, it's still a huge improvement. In the future, when I encounter Tao Lords below the flood level, I won't have to be afraid. Jiang Xi smiled. At that moment, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The power of the body, the power of the primordial spirit, immortal power, Tao arts, and secret arts that are closely related to one's strength can all be fused into the grotto heaven world, allowing it to expand. Can the shard of eternity do the same? Jiang Xi's heart thumped rapidly. Chapter 588. Jiang Xi guessed that the eternal shard should be related to the eternal road. If his guess was true, then the level of this thing, or rather its nature, would far surpass the heavenly Tao. Mastering a complete heavenly Tao was the key to becoming a Tao Lord. Mastering a complete origin was the key to becoming a celestial Lord. And mastering eternity would allow one to surpass a celestial Lord. My body, primordial spirit, mystic arts, Tao arts, etc. that are related to my strength can all be integrated into the grotto heaven world, allowing it to expand. If the eternal shard can also be integrated, then my grotto heaven world can expand again and become even larger. Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. The size of the grotto heaven world would greatly affect the strength of a Tao Lord and a Tao Lord. The larger the size, the stronger the world power it could provide. Jiang Xi looked at his experience points balance. Experience points, 2,884 trillion eternal experience points, 5 yuan. He had killed 4 Tao lords of foreign races in the ancient immortal world and then killed Tao Lord Buckwheat in the war to destroy the Buckwheat race, so he still had 5 yuan of eternal experience points. According to the interface's conversion function, 1 yuan of eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 yuan of eternal shard equals 1 yuan of eternal experience points. These two processes were reversible and could be converted into each other. There was no need to worry about the eternal shard not being used or being wasted. Convert. Since he wanted to do it, Jiang Xi did not hesitate. The 5 yuan of eternal experience points were instantly converted into eternal shards. Whoosh! 5 almost transparent diamond-shaped crystals appeared in front of him. Each of them was 3 inches long and emitted an intoxicating halo. Eternal shard. Jiang Xi discovered that at this moment, it was as if the entire Grotto Heaven world was transmitting an extreme desire. It seems that my guess was correct. The eternal shard can really be integrated into the Grotto Heaven world. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, his heart filled with surprise and anticipation. Then, how much can the eternal shard expand the Grotto Heaven world? Jiang Xi took a deep breath and began to try to integrate it. Although the Grotto Heaven world he had opened had a diameter of 500 million light-years, far exceeding the range of his spiritual sense. But at this moment, his mind was integrated with the Grotto Heaven world. With a thought, he could completely control everything in this world. He was the god of this world. Merge. Jiang Xi said in his heart. Instantly, the rhombus-shaped crystal turned into a dazzling stream of light. Like the wind, it disappeared in front of him and merged with the entire world. Rumble, this massive celestial body with a diameter of 500 million light-years seemed to have received some sort of catalyst as it began to tremble violently. The borders of the paradise world were expanding at an unimaginable speed. Amidst the turbulent flow of space, one spatial fragment after another was crushed. It was unstoppable. This expansion lasted for another 10 years. When the tremors of the heavenly abode subsided, Jiang Xi held his breath and used his heart to feel the expanded volume. 600 million light-years in diameter. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in surprise. One shard of eternity had increased the diameter of his Grotto Heaven world by 100 million light-years. Right now, the scale of his Grotto Heaven was already the same as the Grotto Heaven of a flood-level Tao Lord. There was no difference. It's not over yet. There were still 4 yuan eternal shards in front of him, and he could continue to improve. With a thought, Jiang Xi chose to fuse everything into the heavenly abode. The size of the heavenly abode was closely related to one's strength. Since it could increase his strength, then the bigger the better. Rumble, in the next moment, this heavenly abode trembled even more violently and began to expand. This expansion took an exceptionally long time, and it was still not over after 10 years. Jiang Xi was very patient and waited in the heavenly abode. 100 years later, the expansion finally ended. Phew, a diameter of 1 billion light-years. Jiang Xi held his breath, completely stunned. Under normal circumstances, the Grotto Heavens opened by Tao Lords had diameters of 100 million, 300 million, 600 million, and 900 million light-years, corresponding to the Desolate level, Flood level, Aeon level, and Universe level Tao Lords. In other words, the scale of his heavenly abode had already surpassed that of a Universe level Tao Lord. How strong is the power of the world? Jiang Xi hurriedly channeled the new power into his body. Boom! Instantly, he felt as if he had broken through a barrier and entered the next realm. A powerful feeling surged from all parts of his body and shot into the clouds. My actual combat strength has surpassed that of an Aeon-level Tao Lord. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. Although it was still slightly inferior to a universe-level Tao Lord, this result was already beyond his imagination. This was because compared to a true universe-level Tao Lord, he still had many shortcomings. Immortal power, Tao arts, and essence spirit were all too inferior. If he really wanted to compare, his current advantage was the strength of his body, which was comparable to a fourth-grade supreme treasure, and this heavenly abode with a diameter of 1 billion light-years. I need more eternal shards. Jiang Xi took a step forward and left his heavenly abode. Then, he passed through the spatial mezzanine and returned to Earth. He stood in the sky above the Kunlun Mountains and looked at this mysterious mountain range that was called the ancestor of all mountains. After the great changes in Earth's environment, this place that was covered in snow all year round had become even more majestic, and primordial forests were everywhere. The spiritual energy was dense, and some had already condensed into spiritual mist that floated around the mountain range, turning this world into a paradise. The heavenly abode has been formed. I am Tao Lord Mountain Sea, so the name of this heavenly abode shall be the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. I'll place the entrance in the Kunlun Mountains, adjacent to the Jade Lake Grotto Heaven. As Jiang Xi thought, he waved his hand and used a great mystique to establish a teleportation channel in a valley. Through this channel, he could enter the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. With his current strength, he was not worried about others barging into his world. This was because in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven, he was a god. Even if a universe-level Tao Lord entered, they would be suppressed by his world. In other words, he did not fear a universe-level Tao Lord in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. Next, I'll let my clone continue to deduce Tao arts in the original universe. As for me, it seems like I'll have to go to the Chaos Sea to explore. Jiang Xi looked at the universe's starry sky. The path of cultivation was endless. He was not satisfied with his current strength. Moreover, he had not become a Tao Lord yet. Moreover, according to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone, Jiang Daodu had many secrets. Without strength, he would not be able to protect Jiang Daodu's safety. He could not let Jiang Daodu sleep forever. In addition, if he wanted to solve the many doubts in his heart, he had to become stronger. According to Jiang Xi's plan, his clone was mainly responsible for deducing Tao arts and trying to let his 7 Tao arts enter the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Once he comprehended the heavenly Tao, he could continue to deduce the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's heavenly Tao scroll. At that time, his strength would definitely increase even more. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that he had to have enough experience points. Without experience points, everything was empty talk. Therefore, only by going to the Chaos Sea would his strength increase speed be guaranteed. That was the battlefield of Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables. The peak experts of the various universes gathered and improved through battle. Killing a desolate level Tao Lord would give him 1 yuan of eternal experience points. Whether it was the interface deduction or the choice to continue expanding the Grotto Heaven world, it could increase his strength. What is a wider world like? Jiang Xi wanted to see it. Before opening up the Grotto Heaven world, he was only below average among the Tao Lords. Even if he entered the Chaos Sea, he could only barely protect himself in the outer realm. He did not have the strength to go deep into it. Now, his strength had increased greatly. Among the Tao Lords, he was already above average. He could go all out in the Chaos Sea. Of course, he still had to make the necessary preparations. Only by making sufficient preparations could he increase his survival ability. To always be in awe of unfamiliar environments, this was Jiang Xi's principle. Then, he began to gather information about the Chaos Sea in the Eye of Heaven network. As one of the top experts of the human race, he had the authority to know this. However, there was not much information, nor was it very detailed. In the end, Jiang Xi only obtained some general information. The Chaos Sea was a truly boundless existence. It was filled with endless chaos fog and a large number of dangerous places. Among them, the most dangerous were the 3 great danger zones, Gold Flow River, Mount Xianhuang, and myriad worlds ruins. Apart from these dangerous places, there were also island-like universes in the Chaos Sea. Those universes were divided into 2 types. The first type was the 4 primal universes that were naturally formed in the Chaos Sea. These 4 primal universes were the 4 largest known existences in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi had learned about them from his master, Tao Lord Nine Firmament, last time. Their universe was the fourth universe. Among the four universes, it was the youngest one. The other three primal universes had existed for an extremely long time, far longer than the fourth. The second type was a miniature universe created by a celestial venerable. After a Tao Lord completely mastered an origin, if he could break through and become a celestial venerable, he could turn his grotto heaven world into a miniature universe. My human race's celestial venerable Ming and celestial venerable Lu both have miniature universes. There's another one. Grandmaster Purple Firmament's universe should be the ancient Tao source world. Grandmaster was suppressed by the origin of the primal universe, so the evolution of the miniature universe has stagnated. In the end, it degenerated into an existence between a grotto heaven and a miniature universe. Jiang Xi carefully organized the information. Of course, in general, miniature universes created by celestial venerables were far inferior to primal universes. They were not on the same level at all. The four primal universes were the roots of the entire Chaos Sea, nurturing countless lives and powerhouses. Many celestial venerables and Tao lords were born in the four primal universes. In terms of time of appearance, the first universe was the earliest to appear, then the second, third, and now the fourth. Based on this deduction, could it be that the four primal universes were created by a powerful being? Jiang Xi was shocked and this thought flashed through his mind. If that was the case, then it was terrifying. Celestial Venerable Ming and Master must have similar guesses, but they probably don't have an answer. Jiang Xi shook his head and temporarily put this thought to the bottom of his heart. With his strength, it was too early to consider this. In terms of the number of powerhouses, the first universe has existed for the longest time, so it has the most powerhouses. Then the second universe, the third universe, and finally the fourth universe, which is completely at the bottom. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He couldn't find any information about the powerhouses of the first three primal universes in the Eye of Heaven network. I can only ask Master. In addition to collecting information about the Chaos Sea, Jiang Xi didn't forget to refine supreme treasures. First was the special supreme treasure, Sky-Piercing Tower, which had a total of 99 seals. He had been in seclusion in Lu Yuzhou for 80,000 years and had already refined 36 seals of Sky-Piercing Tower. He could use 1% of its power. With my current strength and this treasure, I don't need to fear Universe Tao Lords. If I can refine even more, then my ability to protect myself will increase even more. Maybe I can protect myself in front of a celestial venerable. Jiang Xi calculated in his mind. Refining Sky-Piercing Tower required a huge amount of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Coincidentally, he didn't lack resources now. The only problem was that refining would take a long time. There's no need to worry about time. I have an endless lifespan now, so I'll finish refining sooner or later. Next was the fourth stage flying supreme treasure he had obtained from the ancient immortal world. This supreme treasure was called Green Bird Palace. It looked like a palace and had both flying and defensive functions. In the future, I'll use Green Bird Palace when I'm in the Chaos Sea. I'll only use Sky-Piercing Tower when I'm in danger. Jiang Xi understood that treasures arouse the envy of others. Sky-Piercing Tower's value was too high. If the power of this supreme treasure was exposed in the Chaos Sea, it would definitely attract the attention of many experts. Next, Jiang Xi spent another 100 years to refine the fourth stage flying supreme treasure, Green Bird Palace. At the same time, he refined Sky-Piercing Tower to 42 levels, increasing its power once again. With these two supreme treasures, he had a greater chance of exploring the Chaos Sea. He believed that as long as he didn't actively seek death, he shouldn't encounter any life-threatening dangers. Let's go. Jiang Xi ended his seclusion and left Earth once again. At the entrance of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court and the ancient Tao Origin World, Tao Origin Palace. Master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. More than 200 years have passed. Are you ready? Tao Lord Nine Firmament's slaughter avatar, who had long blood-red hair and was clad in blood-red armor, appeared in front of Jiang Xi. Yes. Jiang Xi nodded. He knew that this master of his also had a main body and a doppelganger. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's main body had always been exploring the Chaos Sea, while his slaughter avatar was responsible for guarding the ancient Tao origin world and rarely left. This time, he wanted to enter the Chaos Sea, so Tao Lord Nine Firmament's slaughter avatar would personally send him over. Follow me. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and teleported away with Jiang Xi. Swoosh. Then, they appeared on a huge space teleportation platform. The two of them passed through the teleportation array and finally arrived at a barren land in the primal universe. In this barren space, there was a huge black hole. Its huge suction force had already devoured everything around it, making it appear extremely dark. Swoosh swoosh, Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments figures appeared in this dark space. There are two ways to go to the Chaos Sea, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. The first is to pass through the spatial mezzanine. At the end of the spatial mezzanine, you can break through the universe barrier and enter the Chaos Sea. Although the universe barrier is tough, the strength of a Tao Lord is enough to break through it. Jiang Xi nodded gently. When he opened the Grotto Heaven world, he had already reached the depths of the spatial mezzanine. He believed that if he went deeper, he would be able to see the universe barrier. The second way is to leave the primal universe through the Twilight Plane's black hole in front of us. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments pointed at the huge black hole. The Twilight Plane's black hole is the most powerful black hole in the entire primal universe. The suction force it emits is constantly distorting and destroying the universe barrier. Therefore, through this black hole, you can directly enter the Chaos Sea. Moreover, the peak experts of the various races will basically choose this path. The Twilight Plane's black hole is that strong? Jiang Xi was surprised. There are strong and weak black holes, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. Of course, if they can only leave through this black hole, there is no need for the peak experts of the various races to choose this path. The reason why the Twilight Plane's black hole is important is that there are 46 spatial vortexes in the region after leaving this place. Through the spatial vortexes, you can go to many places in the Chaos Sea. Spatial vortexes? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. The spatial structure of the primal universe was stable, and spatial vortexes rarely appeared. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, the Chaos Sea is vast and boundless. It is not the primal universe, so there is no way to use teleportation arrays or travel through the origin space. If you want to roam the primal universe, you can only use teleportation, flying treasures, or spatial vortexes. However, the Chaos Sea is boundless. I don't know how big it is. How long will it take to travel by teleportation or flying treasures? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Jiang Xi listened seriously. The shock in his heart had not subsided. Yes, just like sailing in the ocean on Earth, how far could one go with a small raft? The fastest way to roam the Chaos Sea is through spatial vortexes. Jiang Xi asked thoughtfully. That's right. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. The Chaos Sea is extremely dangerous. There are many spatial vortexes everywhere. Through spatial vortexes, one might be able to cross a distance of hundreds of billions of light years in an instant. The speed far exceeds teleportation or flying treasures. Therefore, in general, in the Chaos Sea, everyone usually travels through spatial vortexes. Teleportation and flying treasures are only used for short distances. Spatial vortexes alone should not be enough to travel long distances, right? Jiang Xi asked. Of course, if you want to roam the Chaos Sea, you need something essential, and that is a map. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Then, he explained in detail, over the years, the locations connected to a large number of spatial vortexes in the Chaos Sea have been recorded and formed corresponding paths. These paths and some celestial bodies that can be used as reference coordinates form maps. In the primal universe, because the volume of the spatial structure is fixed, everyone can confirm the coordinates from anywhere. However, in the boundless chaos sea, it is not possible. Only with a map can you confirm the corresponding reference coordinates and find a safe spatial vortex. This way, you can avoid many dangers and not get lost. Getting lost in the chaos sea is a very scary thing. Once lost, if you want to use teleportation or flying treasures to find the way back, you will probably deviate from the correct path. If you are lucky, you might only be able to find it after countless eras. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. Jiang Xi was shocked when he heard this. This was like an ordinary person getting lost in the sea. The final outcome was usually death. It seemed that the chaos sea could not be underestimated. Therefore, under normal circumstances, pinnacle experts who roam the chaos sea will leave their avatars or avatars in the primal universe. If they get lost in the chaos sea under special circumstances, their avatars will at least have a chance to obtain a map. At this point, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. However, sometimes, even if you have a map, you can't find the reference coordinates on the map because the area you are lost in is too far away. You can only drift in the endless chaos sea. If you are not careful, you will fall into danger and eventually die. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn. This information was extremely important. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, exploration, battle, treasure hunting, these are the three main directions pinnacle experts roam the chaos sea. Every one of them is extremely dangerous, but the most dangerous is still exploration. Therefore, you must remember not to run around in the chaos sea. Without a map, if you want to explore the chaos sea, you have to rely on flying cardinal treasures. This is because you can remember the path you take when flying and form a new map. Jiang Xi nodded repeatedly and memorized it seriously. You can teleport to the places marked on the map. Teleportation is prohibited in unknown areas that the map does not cover. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments instructed with a solemn expression. This is the map of the chaos sea that our human race has collected for countless eras. It is also the most detailed one. As Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke, he passed a map to Jiang Xi. Of course, this is only a corner of the chaos sea. At least the three most dangerous lands are included. Jiang Xi memorized it carefully. This was a huge and complicated map that contained all sorts of information. It shocked him. Let's go to the chaos sea. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments led Jiang Xi towards the Twilight Plains black hole. Boom! As they got closer, they could clearly feel the power of the Twilight Plains black hole. This was the strongest black hole in the original universe and it was emitting a powerful suction force. Moreover, this suction force was increasing with the passage of time. Just the shockwave alone was enough to turn a perfected cultivator into ashes. However, Jiang Xi had the Tier 5-6 mountain armor and a body that was comparable to a Tier 4 cardinal treasure. Although the suction force was strong, it was no threat to him. Soon, the two arrived at the depths of the Twilight Plains black hole. That is the main body of the Twilight Plains black hole. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments pointed at the mysterious celestial body in front of them. Jiang Xi's gaze was already attracted. It was a black sphere about 9 meters in diameter. Its surface was covered with golden patterns that formed a complicated pattern. A terrifying suction force was constantly emitting from the black sphere, devouring everything around it. It was also devouring the universe barrier not far away. That layer of sturdy barrier that only Tao Lords could break through was torn apart by the suction force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments flew past the main body of the Twilight Plains black hole and easily resisted the suction force. Then, they flew out of the barrier through the hole. On the other side was the Chaos Sea, a vast world. Chapter 589. The boundless Chaos Sea was like a vast ocean. The turbulent waves rolled up to a height of millions of light years. If one was strong enough and had a wide field of vision, one would discover that there were 4 incomparably huge primal universes, like islands, rooted in this vast ocean. In the surroundings, there were many small universes scattered around, floating like reefs. Above them were endless abyssal cracks, and an endless stream of chaotic gray fog poured down from those abyssal cracks. It was incomparably magnificent. Buzz! As soon as Jiang Xi flew into the Chaos Sea, he felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. As far as the eye could see, there was endless chaotic gray fog, like a tide, roaring wildly in the vast world. A monstrous aura and pressure floated along with the chaotic gray fog. Such power! Jiang Xi exclaimed. The power of this chaotic gray fog was so strong that if one was swept by it, even a ninth tribulation transcender would be annihilated in an instant. The chaotic gray fog is the energy source of the universe. Tao Lord Nine Clouds stood beside Jiang Xi and looked at the endless chaotic gray fog. Whether it is the 4 primal universes or the miniature universes of celestial venerables, they all use the chaotic gray fog as energy to maintain normal operations. Jiang Xi listened and nodded slowly. He thought of the chaotic gray fog outside the barrier of the ancient immortal world. It was close to the land of origin of the 4th universe, so it was not surprising that there was chaotic gray fog there. Leaving the primal universe is like leaving home, and the real process of tempering begins. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked back. Jiang Xi also looked back. In the void behind him was the hole in the universe barrier that was torn open by the black hole of the primal universe. Continuing to observe along the broken barrier, one could see that this was a huge wall that seemed to never have an end. The entire Chaos Sea seemed to have been divided. This is the 4th universe that gave birth to billions of races, and also the cradle that gave birth to me? Jiang Xi looked silently. In front of this behemoth, he did not feel any pressure at all, only a feeling of looking up. It was like an ant seeing a dragon. The ant would never feel any pressure or fear. The difference between the two was too big, so big that they were not qualified to be compared. Jiang Xi was the same in front of the huge universe 4. How did Grandmaster dare to challenge the primal universe back then? Jiang Xi lamented. The higher you stand, the further you can see. Master, what you see has already exceeded the scope of our understanding, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. In the entire Chaos Sea, apart from Master, no other heavenly venerables would dare to challenge the original universe. Perhaps one day, you will be able to traverse the Chaos Sea and become a true invincible expert. Only then will you understand why Master dared to challenge you back then. Jiang Xi nodded. He increasingly felt that his Grandmaster, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament, was truly powerful. Let's head to the region where the spatial vortexes are first. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments brought Jiang Xi with him and teleported to a spot in the void. Within the chaotic gray fog, there were 46 spatial vortexes emitting tearing energy waves. There are 46 spatial vortexes of different sizes and different distances to traverse through them, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. You should be able to identify the serial numbers of these spatial vortexes by now, right? Yes. Jiang Xi nodded. The map that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had given him was extremely detailed. It also gave him the method to identify the spatial vortexes. This was very important because if he were to make a mistake and enter the wrong spatial vortex, it would definitely be worse than going in the opposite direction. He might even get lost in the Chaos Sea. Our route this time requires us to pass through spatial vortex 14. Jiang Xi pointed at one of the larger spatial vortexes. Not bad. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded with a smile. Following that, the two entered spatial vortex 14. In the endless Chaos Sea, there was a limit to what one could see with their eyes alone. Only by using their spiritual consciousness as a feeler could one see further. In the spatial vortex, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments constantly teleported with Jiang Xi. Every time, they crossed a distance of nearly 10,000 light-years. With Tao Lord Nine Firmament's strength as a half-step heavenly venerate, he could maintain a high frequency of teleportation without rest. In the end, they teleported in Spatial Vortex 14 for 3 days. Whoosh, the two came out from the other end of the spatial vortex and re-entered the void space. That is. Jiang Ci was stunned by the scene in front of him not far away. There was a huge celestial body floating in the endless chaotic gray fog. The huge universe barrier extended in all directions, and one could not see the end of it. However, this universe barrier was already in a dilapidated state. Large and small cracks and irregular holes could be seen all over the universe barrier. The chaotic gray fog was like flowing water that could freely flow into this universe and then flow out again. Master, this is the coordinate reference for passing through Spatial Vortex 14? Jiang Ci was astonished. That's right. This is a miniature universe with a diameter of more than 1 trillion light-years. Unfortunately, it has been destroyed long ago and has become dilapidated. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Destroyed? Jiang Ci was shocked. Although he had obtained the map, it contained too much information. He had only briefly glanced at some of the coordinate reference objects and did not understand them in detail. Therefore, he did not know the situation of this miniature universe. A miniature universe created by a celestial master had a diameter of at least 1 trillion light-years. If the miniature universe was destroyed, it meant that the celestial master who created this miniature universe had died. Let's go. I'll take you to see this dilapidated miniature universe. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments teleported again with Jiang Ci and came to an irregular hole in the miniature universe barrier. A large amount of chaotic gray fog was crashing against the hole like a tide and constantly tearing apart the miniature universe barrier. Even if it's a destroyed miniature universe, it's still emitting terrifying power. A celestial master is not to be underestimated. Jiang Ci looked into the distance. Through this hole, which had a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers, he could see the situation inside the miniature universe. In the vaguely visible starry sky, there was desolation and dilapidation. A large number of space fragments were floating irregularly. Among the star fragments and continent fragments, there were some huge bodies floating. After some great beings had died, even after countless eras, their bodies were still indestructible. Voila! The barrier of the miniature universe was once again breached by the chaotic gray fog, creating yet another opening. A huge fragment of the barrier fell into the desolate and dilapidated starry sky, smashing the space fragments and star fragments into smithereens. The entire miniature universe was constantly collapsing and dying. Even if a celestial master dies, the miniature universe created by him will last for countless eras, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a sigh. Every celestial master corresponds to a miniature universe, and these miniature universes are like islands and reefs. Some of them will drift further and further away in the chaos sea and exceed our detection range. According to statistics, a total of 25,624 miniature universes have been discovered. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' words were shocking. Riverward's face was full of astonishment. Doesn't that mean that the Chaos Sea has a total of this many Empyrean powerhouses? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a smile. How can there be so many? More than 90% of those miniature universes have been destroyed. Obviously, the corresponding celestial masters have also died. As long as a celestial master is cautious, it shouldn't be so easy to die, right? Jiang Ci found it hard to believe. Celestial masters weren't ants that could be killed easily. Chaos Ocean was vast and boundless, and more than 20,000 miniature universes had been discovered. It was certain that in the long history of Chaos Ocean, there had been more than 20,000 celestial masters. Had they all died? Of course, celestial masters won't die so easily. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. In the early years, my master, Celestial Master Purple Firmament, mentioned some secrets. He said that every endless eras, Chaos Ocean will experience a calamity that can destroy everything. It's called the Calamity Era. I think those celestial masters and broken miniature universes were destroyed during the calamity. Jiang Xi was shocked. A calamity that could destroy everything? If even celestial masters couldn't survive it, how terrifying would that be? Was the so-called endless lifespan just empty talk? He asked this question. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled and answered, compared to the calamity era that will last for an unknown amount of time, true lords, Tao lords, and even celestial masters can see this long period of time as endless lifespan. Realization dawned on Jiang Xi. It was like comparing the life of an ant to an ordinary person. In the eyes of an ant, the lifespan of an ordinary person was equivalent to longevity. Master, are there any great beings who can survive the calamity? Jiang Xi asked. Yes. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments answered with certainty. There are 2 Holy Land universes in Chaos Ocean that don't fear the calamity. According to speculation, they've existed for even longer than the first universe. Holy Land universes? Jiang Xi was puzzled. He had never heard of them. Yes, the limit of a celestial master miniature universe is 9 trillion light-years in diameter. However, among the miniature universes that are still intact, there are 2 that are far larger than the other miniature universes. One of them has a diameter of 35 trillion light-years, and the other has a diameter of 50 trillion light-years. In order to distinguish them, the great beings in Chaos Ocean call those 2 miniature universes Holy Land universes. The great beings from those 2 Holy Land universes are extremely powerful. They're the 2 most powerful forces in Chaos Ocean, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. Didn't that mean that those 2 Holy Land universes had surpassed the limit of a celestial master? Before he could ask this question, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments answered him. My master, Purple Firmament Master, once made a guess. He said that the masters of those 2 Holy Land universes might have found the path of eternity. That's why their miniature universes could surpass the limit of a celestial master and not fear the calamity. Even with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' half-step celestial master strength, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected. Jiang Xi thought to himself. This reminded him of the eternal fragment. His grotto heaven world had been greatly expanded after fusing with the 5 Yuan eternal fragment. If the masters of those 2 Holy Land universes had found the path of eternity, they could, of course, make their miniature universes surpass the limit of a celestial master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed again. The 4 original universes and the 2 Holy Land universes are all the forces in Chaos Ocean. However, none of the original universes are united. Just like in our 4th universe, there are 3 pinnacle races, the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, as well as dozens of other top races. They fight against each other. It's the same for the other 3 original universes. Each original universe can be divided into dozens of forces. There are nearly 100 forces in total. However, none of these forces can compare to the 2 Holy Land universes because they are extremely united. Jiang Xi listened carefully and sighed in his heart. Although the 2 Holy Land universes weren't as big as the 4 original universes, they could stand tall in Chaos Ocean because of their unity and become the 2 most powerful forces. You must remember, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exhorted. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. When you wander in Chaos Ocean, you must be careful if you encounter any powerful beings who aren't on your side. They can attack you at any time. Okay. Jiang Xi kept it in mind. This is the information of all the powerful beings in Chaos Ocean. It's the top secret of our race. The pinnacle of the human race took countless eras to collect this information. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments took out a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Xi. After you read it, destroy it. Understood. Jiang Xi took it. He now understood why Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had personally brought him to Chaos Ocean. His purpose was to impart this important information to him on the way. Because he couldn't see the dangers of Chaos Ocean in the original universe, even if Tao Lord Nine Firmaments told him this information, he might not be too vigilant. Only when he saw this dilapidated universe with his own eyes and experienced all kinds of dangerous environments would he truly take it seriously. After that, Jiang Xi stood outside the dilapidated miniature universe, grabbed the jade slip, and checked it carefully. A large amount of information about powerful beings and important events that were worth paying attention to flowed into his mind from the jade slip. After a while, the difference is too big. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and looked at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Do you feel the pressure? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Very big. Jiang Xi nodded with a complicated expression. When Tao Lord Nine Firmaments told him about the comparison of the 4 original universes and the 2 Holy Land universes, he didn't feel much. Now, after reading the information in the jade slip, he was really shocked and felt a strong sense of danger. It turned out that the 4th universe they were in was the weakest in Chaos Ocean. As one of the pinnacle great beings of the human race, Jiang Xi had a higher status and could access more secret information. He also had a more detailed understanding of the situation of the powers in the 4th universe. In the 4th universe, there were the 3 pinnacle races of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race. There were also 64 pinnacle races. There were originally 66 of them, but 2 of them, the Hunzi race and the buckwheat race, had been destroyed by Jiang Xi. The difference between the pinnacle races and the pinnacle races was that they didn't have celestial venerables. In terms of Tao Lords, some of the pinnacle races might not be much weaker than the Tao Lords of the pinnacle races. In addition to some Tao Lords who traveled alone and some Tao Lords who hid their tracks, the total number of Tao Lords in the 4th universe should be close to 1,000. At the Celestial Venerables level, the number of Celestial Venerables in the 4th universe was about 10, but even with this overall strength, they were still the weakest in Chaos Ocean. Although the number of Tao Lords in the 2 Holy Land universes combined is inferior to our 4th universe, they have existed for too long. Tao Lord Nine Clouds sighed. He shook his head again. Although the number is inferior, the quality of their great beings is extremely high. As long as the Tao Lords dare to walk out of the Holy Land universes, they have basically comprehended the strongest secret technique of the Tao Lords. Jiang Xi felt the pressure increase. The strongest secret technique of the Tao Lords was the ultimate limit. Their mastery of Tao techniques was only one step away from the origin realm of Celestial Venerables. There's no need to talk about the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd universes. They have existed for a longer time than our 4th universe. The long time has allowed them to give birth to more Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables. Tao Lord Nine Clouds sighed. The 4th universe was too young. Jiang Xi was silent. Among the Tao Lords in the 4th universe, his strength could be ranked above average. Originally, he was very confident that he could roam the Chaos Ocean well. Now, he was even more vigilant. Compared to the large number of great beings in the Chaos Ocean, he was too ordinary. Don't belittle yourself. Youth represents hope. Tao Lord Nine Clouds seemed to have seen through Jiang Xi's thoughts and laughed. Back in the day, during the savage era of the 4th universe, my master was able to make a name for himself as an invincible celestial venerable in the Chaos Ocean. All the major powers avoided him. In you, I can see my master's glory back then. In fact, he's even better than my master. If you train well in the Chaos Sea, you might be able to reach that height one day. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with anticipation. Okay. Jiang Xi nodded vigorously. Let's go. I'll take you to the next place. Tao Lord Nine Clouds teleported again with Jiang Xi and left the dilapidated miniature universe. They continued on their way. After Jiang Xi became a rank 5 True Lord, he could teleport as well. Compared to Tao Lord Nine Clouds' teleportation distance, it was still too far away. The range of his spiritual senses was the limit of teleportation, which was 1,000 light years. Tao Lord 9 Clouds could teleport close to 10,000 light years. Next, the master and disciple teleported again and again in the endless gray fog. Occasionally, they would pass through some space whirlpools and cross trillions of light years along the way. Jiang Xi saw many scenes that were different from the original universe. They were magnificent and dangerous. Soon, 3 days passed. Do you see that? That's the Three Realms pool. Tao Lord 9 Clouds stopped temporarily and pointed to a place far away. Jiang Xi had already seen it. It was a huge abyss like the eye of the sea. 3 huge rocks stood on top of the abyss. Although they were called huge rocks, each of them was close to 1 light year tall. If such a huge rock was thrown into the solar system, it could cause the entire system to collapse. The Three Realms pool is far less dangerous than the 3 lands of extremis. But for you, if you enter without permission, you might die. Even if I enter, I have to explore carefully. I don't dare to teleport recklessly, Tao Lord 9 Clouds said. Riverward was already a little numb when he heard this. No dangerous place in the Chaos Sea could be underestimated. Tao Lord 9 Clouds continued, in the Chaos Sea, we humans know of more than 4,000 lands of extremis. As time passes, this number will continue to increase. After all, the Chaos Sea is too big. The 2 Holy Land universes might know of more lands of extremis, but they won't announce it to the outside world. Jiang Xi understood this logic. This kind of secret would be tightly guarded by anyone. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day since Jiang Xi entered the Chaos Sea. We will soon see one of the 3 lands of extremis, Gold Flow River. Compared to Gold Flow River, those lands of extremis are not worth mentioning, Tao Lord 9 Clouds said as he teleported again with Jiang Xi. When this teleportation ended, they stopped and stood in the void, looking into the distance. This. Jiang Xi's face was filled with shock. Chapter 590. The scene in front of them was simply too spectacular and beautiful. Looking from afar, one could see a long golden river stretching across the boundless Chaos Sea, separating the boundless chaos fog. Countless gravel of various sizes floated in the golden river water. The chaos fog flowing in it formed chaos cyclones that were as terrifying as an abyss. That's the Gold Flow River. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled. Look at those gravel. They're very small, right? Actually, we're still more than 100 million light years away from the Gold Flow River. If we can see those gravel from here, how big do you think it is? Jiang Xi was shocked. The map that Tao Lord 9 Firmaments gave him also recorded information about the Gold Flow River. The Gold Flow River was nearly 100 million light years long and 1 million light years wide. The riverbanks and the surface of the river were in the outer regions and were less dangerous. However, there were still some dangers that could kill Tao Lords with weaker life-saving abilities. The depths of the river were in the inner regions and were extremely dangerous. Even the strongest universe Tao Lords could die there. The depths of the river were the most dangerous places. Even heavenly venerables could die there. It was worth mentioning that the Golden River water was not made of water but a special substance that flowed like water. As for the gravel floating in the river, the large ones were tens of thousands of light years long while the small ones were only a few light years long. A single gravel was larger than the solar system. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. At the very least, such a scene could not be seen in the primal universe. Let's go. We're still quite a distance away from the Gold Flow River. We'll need to teleport for a while. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled. A moment later, they arrived at the outer regions of the Gold Flow River and stood on the banks of this majestic golden river. Rumble, the golden river water churned and let out a deafening roar. The gravel looked very small from 100 million light years away. Now that they were closer, they felt that they were incomparably huge and were floating in the river water. Some of the smaller gravel was being wrapped around by the river water and was flowing at an extremely fast speed. They were moving at least the speed of light. Look over there. That's a Tao Lord from the first universe's Houndwing race. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments suddenly pointed 100 light-years away. Jiang Xi instantly probed with his spiritual sense and saw a huge strange beast that looked like a dog but had a pair of scaled wings. The other party also glanced at them. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. The expert from the Houndwing race was shocked and immediately teleported away. Clearly, he was afraid of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Houndwing race. Jiang Xi had already memorized the information of a large number of experts in Chaos Sea, so he was not unfamiliar with the Tao Lord of the Houndwing race. This race was once born in Universe 4, but it was exterminated in ancient times. But in the first universe, the Dog-Wing race was now a top race. Huff huff, the master and disciple duo continued to teleport, passing by the rocks and gravel that were flying at superluminal speeds. Finally, they landed on a huge boulder that was over 100 light-years in diameter. A boulder of this scale was not afraid of being washed away by the water of the Golden River. It stood in the river, unmoving. This boulder is the temporary base of the fourth universe's human race in Flowing Gold River. In recent years, Venerated Ming has been adventuring in Flowing Gold River. Therefore, the peak experts of our human race are mainly here. Of course, there are also many experts from some of the top races that are on our side, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. Jiang Xi understood that Venerated Ming was the strongest human in Universe 4. With Venerated Ming presiding over the Golden River, if anyone encountered danger, they could seek help from Venerated Ming in time. Whoosh! Following that, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments teleported more than 10 light-years with Jiang Xi and arrived at the other side of the boulder. There was a sunken valley that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers deep. In the valley, there was a majestic temple. At that moment, there were two figures chatting outside the temple. They suddenly saw Jiang Xi and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments coming over and hurriedly stood up to welcome them. 9 Firmaments. Senior Brother 9 Firmaments, you personally sent Jiang Xi here? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded gently and led Jiang Xi into the temple. Riverward greeted the two Tao Lords as well. At the same time, his spiritual sense had already detected that there were 4 other Tao Lords in the temple. Together with the 2 outside, there were 6 of them among the 6 Tao Lords, 3 were human Tao Lords and the other 3 were alien Tao Lords. However, they belonged to Universe 4's human camp. Ha! 9 Firmaments, your slaughter clone is here. The 4 Tao Lords in the temple also walked out to welcome them. Clearly, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had a very high status. Everyone's gaze was focused on Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, welcome to the Chaos Sea and to the real battlefield. A hearty laugh sounded. This was someone Jiang Xi was familiar with, Tao Lord Sword One. In fact, Jiang Xi knew these 3 human Tao Lords. They had met at the Tao Lord conference previously. They were Tao Lord Sword One of the Sword Gate, Tao Lord Liang Yu of the Tao Gate, and Tao Lord Chang Yuan of the Primordial Chaos Sect. As for the other 3 alien Tao Lords, they looked similar to humans but were not human. Jiang Xi had never seen any of them before. Afterward, everyone sat down in the temple's banquet hall. A banquet had already been prepared. Before the banquet began, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments introduced them to Jiang Xi. These 3 are Tao Lord Zui Yan, Tao Lord Cinnabar, and Tao Lord Xian Qing. Greetings, Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi smiled and bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Ha, Riverward, we knew that you were coming. We came from every corner of Goldflow River to welcome you, Tao Lord Salsward said with a laugh. He had helped out Riverward on 2 occasions, and the 2 were now quite close to each other. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Xi raised his cup and thanked them. This is your first time entering the Chaos Sea. Since we could make it back in time, of course we had to come. Tao Lord Sword One shook his head with a smile. Then, he continued, quite a few of the other Tao Lords of the 4th Universe's Human Alliance are adventuring in the depths of Goldflow River. If they wish to leave, they have to fly through the many dangerous areas. It'll take them at least a few centuries to an entire epoch. Otherwise, there would be even more people coming to welcome you. Jiang Xi nodded. The Gold Flow River was an incomparably dangerous place. Even universe-level Downlords wouldn't dare to teleport within it. If they were the slightest bit careless, they could end up falling into fatal danger zones. Downlord Mountain Sea, this is your first time entering the Chaos Sea. Welcoming you is one thing, but there are also some things we need to remind you of. Dao Lord Longwall, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke out. He had a red mole in the center of his forehead. When he frowned, he gave off a rather dignified aura. Please speak, Dao Lord Longwall. Jiang Xi's expression didn't change. Dao Lord Longwall said in a low voice, I know that you've killed 4 desolate-level Dao Lords in the ancient immortal world. You've also joined forces with Dao Lord Xiangshan and Dao Lord Qingfeng to kill Dao Lord Buckler in the war that destroyed the Buckler clan. In terms of strength, you are indeed stronger than some desolate-level Dao Lords. However, there's no need to enter the Chaos Sea in the ancient immortal world or the primal universe. The situation here is much more complicated. If you want to truly adventure in the Chaos Sea, you'll need to temper yourself. As for adventuring alone or searching for treasures, you're still far from being able to do so. In particular, if you encounter experts from the top 3 universes, you'll have to be even more vigilant. I know you have a clone, but if your main body dies, you'll lose all your treasures. I'm sure your treasures are quite valuable, right? Jiang Xi smiled calmly. He had already experienced Dao Lord Longwall's style of doing things during the last Dao Lord conference. Later on, he learned from his master, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, that the leader of the primordial chaos sect had always been very straightforward. He would do whatever he needed to do and never beat around the bush. However, he had just arrived at the Chaos Sea. It didn't seem appropriate for him to directly insult someone and slap them in the face, right? Jiang Xi, Longwall is right. You must be careful of the experts from the top 3 universes. Dao Lord Sword One hurriedly changed the topic. They're very domineering, especially when they're facing the 4th universe. They'll be even more domineering and attack at the slightest disagreement. Shouldn't I be more careful of the experts from the 2 Holy Land universes? Jiang Xi was puzzled. The Holy Land universes aren't afraid of the dangers of the cataclysm. As long as they aren't killed, they don't have to worry about suddenly dying one day. Therefore, the experts from the 2 universes generally won't fight to the death with their opponents, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. It was just like how the experts from the Holy Land universes had more precious lives. In short, you need to memorize all the information you have on the universe and Ian Dao Lords of the Chaos Sea, as well as some of the top-tier Flood Dao Lords, Dao Lord Longwall continued. In the future, if you run into them, you need to avoid them as soon as possible. You're still far too weak compared to them. Jiang Xi frowned. It was getting annoying to hear Dao Lord Longwall say this over and over again. Although he could sense some concern in Dao Lord Longwall's words, they were far too direct and displeasing to hear. I know you're displeased, but I have to say what needs to be said. This is for the sake of the human race. Dao Lord Longwall said in a low voice. If you run into any danger, immediately use one of your clones in the primal universe to call for reinforcements. Have the experts of the Human Alliance who are closest to you rush over to help you. Understood. Jiang Xi nodded and didn't say anything else. There was no point in arguing now. In the future, facts would speak for themselves. After the banquet ended, the 3 human Dao Lords and the 3 alien Dao Lords left the temple and entered the inner reaches of the Gold Flow River. Longwall, you really didn't give Dao Lord Nine Firmaments any face when you said those words in front of him. That Dao Lord Mountain and Sea shouldn't be as bad as you say, right? Dao Lord Arcane Azure and Dao Lord Longwall were chatting on another gravel celestial body within the Gold Flow River. What, are you going to lower your head in front of Dao Lord Nine Firmaments? Besides, I've already given him enough face. There are still many things I haven't said yet. Downlord Longwall snorted coldly, and the grey mist around him instantly began to roil. Although that Downlord Mountain and Sea killed 4 desolate-level Downlords in the ancient immortal world, do you know what sort of place the ancient immortal world is? There's no way to borrow the power of an estate world there, and teleportation is impossible there. For a Downlord to fight there is equivalent to severing an arm. If you ask me, he's only been able to do so because of his supreme treasures. If he didn't have any supreme treasures, he'd barely qualify as a desolate-level Downlord. Even amongst the supreme experts of the 4th universe, he'd be considered one of the weakest, to say nothing of the Chaos Sea. I imagine that any Downlord would be able to crush him. Where did he get so many supreme treasures? Downlord Arcane Azure asked in surprise. Downlord 9 Firmaments is in charge of the human treasury. None of the treasures left behind by Empyrean Purple Firmaments have been found. Where do you think he got them? Downlord Longwall snorted coldly. Downlord Arcane Azure was enlightened, but he didn't say anything. As he wasn't a human Downlord, it wasn't appropriate for him to judge the internal affairs of the human race. We've only managed to find a decent supreme treasure after much difficulty while roaming the Chaos Sea. He's only been cultivating for a short period of time, but he already has a pile of supreme treasures. If you ask me, Downlord 9 Firmaments dotes on him so much, he'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Downlord Longwall shook his head. If that's the case, he's indeed much weaker. Downlord Arcane Azure sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Downlord 9 Firmaments is his master. If he's in danger, Downlord 9 Firmaments will definitely help him. However, if he really does perish, it'll be a pity for those supreme treasures. Downlord Longwall sighed. At that moment, only Jiang Xi and Downlord 9 Firmaments were left in the temple of the human race's temporary base in Goldflow River in the 4th universe. Downlord 9 Firmaments didn't discuss what had just happened because there was no need to. If Jiang Xi couldn't even withstand these words, it was best for him to return as soon as possible. He said, Jiang Xi, I'm going to meet up with my true body. There's some trouble over there. Trouble? Is it dangerous? Jiang Xi's heart tightened. His master was a half-step heavenly venerable. If he said it was a little trouble, it could be an extremely dangerous matter. It's fine. This time, my true body and avatar will merge into one. I'll be able to handle it. Downlord 9 Firmaments smiled. If there's anything, just use your avatar to send me a message from the primal universe. Okay. Jiang Xi nodded. Downlord 9 Firmaments smiled as he glanced at Jiang Xi. Then, he teleported and disappeared. Phew. Jiang Xi exhaled softly. He was the only one left in the empty temple. None of the experts roaming Chaos Sea chose to stop and rest. They were all working hard to improve themselves. Although Downlord Chang Yuan's words weren't pleasant, he was right about one thing. I do need to study the information of the experts in Chaos Sea. In addition, I need to study the information of Goldflow River in detail. Jiang Xi teleported and appeared outside the temple. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the boulder and sensed the terrifying chaos fog. Then, he closed his eyes and began to organize the information in his mind. Rumble, it was unknown where the surging golden river water flowed. However, Jiang Xi remained calm and wasn't in a hurry to explore Goldflow River. Oh? Suddenly, Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out a green token. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone actually took the initiative to contact me. As expected of a Heavenly Venerable expert. He can actually contact me in Chaos Sea through this token. Jiang Xi used his spiritual perception to check the message. Jiang Xi, you've come to Chaos Sea. This was Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's message. Yes. Which of the 3 most dangerous lands are you in? I'm in Goldflow River. Senior Bluestone, how do you know that I'll definitely be in one of the 3 most dangerous lands? Although the three most dangerous lands are the most dangerous, they also have the most high-grade supreme treasures. All the major factions in Chaos Sea are basically gathered in the three most dangerous lands. I think it's the same for you humans. You shouldn't be so foolish as to go to places with high danger and no treasures. In the future, use this token to contact me. If you encounter any danger, you can ask me for help. However, I don't want you to ask for help. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone sent another message. Understood. Jiang Xi replied. Since it was a trial, he naturally couldn't call for help whenever he encountered danger. In the depths of Chaos Sea's famous dangerous land, treasured Lotus World, an endless amount of chaos fog roiled about, causing a series of terrifying waves to appear. A bronze palace stood tall within the chaos fog. This was Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's true estate. The reason why treasured Lotus World was such a dangerous place was largely because of Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. Although the fourth universe was young, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was known as the most mysterious person in the universe. He was not someone to be trifled with. There were nearly 100 organizations in Chaos Sea, but none of them were willing to offend Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. There were quite a few servants standing respectfully within the Bronze Palace. Judging from their auras, even the weakest of them was a desolate-level Tao Lord. An old man dressed in simple fur-hide Taoist robes was seated at the front of the palace. He looked like a primitive barbarian as he casually sat on his throne. He's been training for less than 10,000 years before entering the Chaos Sea. His rate of growth is still a bit slow. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head, his deep gaze staring into the endless void. I wonder if he'll be able to make it in time. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The largest stone celestial body was more than 100 light-years in diameter, and it had taken root within the surging waves of Goldflow River, unmoving. On the surface of this giant stone, Jiang Xi was like a speck of dust, almost undetectable. The Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi looked up into the void and saw the abyssal rifts that stretched to an unknown distance. Endless gray mist poured down like a waterfall. He believed that even a speck of dust could defy the heavens. Of course. First, I'll conquer this Goldflow River. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a shocking light. Swoosh. He teleported away, passing over the rocks and gravel in the Golden River and going deeper and deeper into the Goldflow River. The Goldflow River was more than 100 light-years long and more than 100 light-years wide. The river banks and the gravel in the sky were the outer region, while the depths of the river were the core region. The inner region was sandwiched between the two regions, and it was extremely vast. Even a universe Tao Lord would be in danger of dying in the inner region of Goldflow River if they weren't careful. Still, in most cases, it was quite safe, unless one actively sought death. Jiang Xi's combat power had already surpassed that of an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. As long as he was careful, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, he had the unique supreme treasure, Skyspan Tower, on him. This was his greatest trump card in the Chaos Sea. Splash! After going a certain distance into the inner region, Jiang Xi plunged into the surging Golden River water, heading toward the true danger of the Goldflow River. Even perfected lords find it difficult to survive in the Chaos Sea, but the golden water in the Goldflow River has existed for so long without being destroyed. Clearly, this so-called water isn't an ordinary liquid. Jiang Xi exclaimed. He casually picked up a drop and discovered that the golden water droplet's mass was even greater than that of a star. No wonder it's one of the three most dangerous lands. It's indeed extraordinary. After that, Jiang Xi continued to dive deeper into the Goldflow River. According to the map that Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had given him, no expert had truly reached the deepest part of the Goldflow River. Therefore, no one knew how deep the Goldflow River was. Perhaps some experts knew but weren't willing to reveal it to the outside world. It's just that the humans of the fourth universe know that the Goldflow River's depth exceeds 300 million light-years. It's even larger than a human star zone. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. Such a vast region hides many dangers, but it also hides many treasures and opportunities. If you want to obtain them, you must have luck, strength, and courage. You can't lack any of these. Jiang Xi was very patient. After diving to a certain depth in the Gold Flow River, he stopped teleporting and began to search the area. At the same time, about 2 million light-years away from Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Long Wall, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, was also carefully flying through the river. He was now alone and had separated from Tao Lord Xianqing. This was because in the Chaos Sea, the chances of two people finding treasures when they were separated were naturally higher than when they were together. Jiang Xi's talent is indeed high, but it's still too dangerous for Tao Lord Nine Firmaments to let him explore the Chaos Sea. If he runs into any of the veteran Tao Lords of the Chaos Sea, he'll probably suffer greatly. He might even ask us for help. Tao Lord Long Wall sighed softly. Although he didn't like it, he understood that if Jiang Xi really did run into danger and asked for help, he would immediately rush over if he was nearby. If he asks for help and I happen to be the one to save him, I'll have to give him a good scolding. Tao Lord Long Wall thought to himself. He had cultivated for countless years and was the leader of the Primordius sect. He was a lofty figure who did as he pleased. As for whether Jiang Xi was happy or not, that had nothing to do with him. So long as he felt that what he said made sense and was happy, that was all that mattered. As Tao Lord Long Wall thought to himself, he carefully avoided the numerous water vortexes. These water vortexes were very dangerous, because some of them were so powerful that they might contain spatial vortexes. If one was trapped in one, they might instantly travel countless light-years and enter an unknown region of the Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Long Wall's face suddenly changed. Spatial shackles. He discovered that the spatial ripples around him had suddenly frozen. This was a sign of danger. That was because there was no way the spatial ripples would stop for no reason. Be it because of the environment or the fact that other experts were secretly attacking, it wasn't a good thing. I have to leave this place immediately. Tao Lord Long Wall's expression was extremely solemn and he was extremely anxious. Even now, he still had no idea what was causing this. Whoosh! Right at that moment, Tao Lord Long Wall discovered that a figure was flashing towards him from an extremely distant river. Tao Lord Long Wall of the Fourth Universe's human race. The figure's voice was extremely loud and clear. It passed through the Golden River water and instantly reached Tao Lord Long Wall. Upon closer inspection, the figure was a humanoid creature with 5 pairs of white wings. Its entire body emitted a holy light and its aura was astonishing. The Heavenly Feather Race. Tao Lord Long Wall did not hesitate and turned to flee. The Fourth Universe also had the Heavenly Feather Race, but that was just an ordinary race. However, things were different in the First Universe. The Heavenly Feather Race had developed into a pinnacle race, and the strongest one at that. They had a total of 9 heavenly venerables. And this Tao Lord before him was a Universe Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race of the First Universe. First released, then modified. Chapter 591. From afar, it seemed like only the riverbanks and the surface of the river were the most dangerous places in the turbulent Gold Flow River. However, this was not the case. The true danger was actually the whirlpools hidden in the Golden River water. This was because there was no pattern to the formation of whirlpools. They could appear at any time and anywhere. Therefore, one had to be on high alert while traveling in the inner region of Gold Flow River. One had to be alert at all times. If one were to fall into a whirlpool, one might be doomed eternally. The other danger was the experts from other factions. This was mainly targeted at the various factions of the Fourth Universe. This was because the Fourth Universe was at the bottom of the entire Chaos Sea. Aside from a few extremely powerful Tao Lords, the vast majority of Tao Lords had to avoid the Tao Lords of other primal universes and Holy Land universes. Just like now. Although Dao Lord Longwall and Dao Lord Jia Fa were both Aeon-level Dao Lords, Dao Lord Longwall knew very well that he was no match for Dao Lord Jia Fa. If I don't escape today, I'm afraid I'll die here. Dao Lord Longwall was extremely anxious. Under the situation where space was sealed, he could only fly at high speed and could not teleport. Do you think you can escape from me? Dao Lord Jia Fa had a holy smile on his face. 5 pairs of white wings flapped gently, and an enormous world projection descended upon this space. This was the combination of the Dao Lord's spacetime control and his grotto heaven world. It was like a spacetime domain, and he had temporarily become the master of this space. Dao Lord Longwall's flying speed instantly dropped as he was suppressed. He shouted angrily, Dao Lord Jia Fa. I know you're stronger than me, but when I saw you, I immediately fled. Besides, I don't have any high-grade true treasures on me. Is there a need for you to chase me so relentlessly? My Dao is the Dao of battle and slaughter. I seek the path to becoming a celestial lord in battle. You're a good opponent. Come and fight me. Dao Lord Jia Fa laughed loudly as his 5 pairs of white wings flapped. Within his spacetime domain, he flashed rapidly and approached Dao Lord Longwall. Damn it! Dao Lord Longwall was furious. You want to kill me? Dream on. Although he said this, he had already asked for help from the human camp through his avatar in the 4th universe. I was just saying that Jiang Ci would ask for reinforcements. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, I would be the one to ask for reinforcements first? Dao Lord Longwall felt bitterness in his heart. Dao Lord Jaffa is a famous madman amongst the Dao Lords of the 1st universe. He's a battle maniac. How unlucky of me to have met him. Right now, the only 2 Dao Lords of the human race who are adventuring in Goldflow River are Dao Lord Ninafirmaments and Dao Lord Flameclear. If they can make it here in time, I'll have a chance at survival. Dao Lord Longwall knew very well that he was truly in danger this time. This was a life-or-death crisis. Dao Lord Yanqing was the first to be eliminated because he was too far away. Right now, the ones who were most likely to rush over were the ones he had met at the temporary base in Goldflow River. Dao Lords like Dao Lord Salsword, Dao Lord Liangyu, and Dao Lord Arcanite definitely weren't strong enough. As for Jiang Ci, there was no need to consider him at all. He would be courting death if he came. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. Only this half-step heavenly venerable could save him. However, given Dao Lord Nine Firmament's strength, he must have ventured deeper into Goldflow River. It might take him a long time to rush over. After Dao Lord Longwall's avatar sent out a request for help in the 4th universe, all the Dao Lords in the human camp quickly received it. Dao Lord Jaffa of the 1st universe is chasing after Longwall. In the depths of Goldflow River, a cold-looking youth with a long sword on his back frowned slightly. Waves of energy emanated from his body, repelling a large number of water whirlpools. The dangers in the depths of the river did not pose much of a threat to him. He's too far away. I'm in the depths of Goldflow River. It'll take me a long time to rush back. I won't make it in time. Longwall, let's see how lucky you are. I hope Nine Firmaments can make it back in time. In truth, the person closest to Dao Lord Longwall was Dao Lord Xian Qing of the 4th universe's human camp. After all, they had not been separated for long. At this moment, Dao Lord Xian Qing, who was a million light-years away, was conflicted. Longwall is in great danger. Although Dao Lord Jaffa is also an Eon-level Dao Lord, his actual combat strength is barely comparable to a universe-level Dao Lord. I'm afraid I won't be of much help even if I go. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll go take a look and try my best to help him. Since he was tied to the human camp, he could not shrink back now. Whoosh! Dao Lord Xian Qing soared into the sky and teleported to the sky above Goldflow River. Then, he quickly teleported in the direction of Tao Lord Long Wall. The Heavenly Feather Race? Jiang Xi also received the distress signal. He raised his eyebrows and his expression turned serious. In the entire Chaos Sea, the Heavenly Feather Race was second only to the two Holy Land universes. In terms of overall strength, they were truly a peak race. The humans of the fourth universe were also a peak race, but compared to the Heavenly Feather Race, they were not on the same level. The Heavenly Feather Race alone had more than 400 Tao Lords roaming the Chaos Sea. They had a total of 9 Heavenly Venerables. This race alone was comparable to more than half of the fourth universe. Tao Lord Jaffa. You'll be my first opponent in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a divine light as his fighting spirit burst forth. The Heavenly Feather Race was strong, but it did not mean that every Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race was strong. Tao Lord Long Wall's previous actions had indeed made him unhappy, but he was still a human Tao Lord. In the face of the greater good of the race, his will could not be swayed by personal emotions. Swoosh! Jiang Xi teleported and arrived above Gold Flow River. He also teleported continuously towards his destination, each time traveling thousands of light years. At the same time, in the water of the inner region of Gold Flow River, 2 figures were fighting. The momentum was great, and the Golden River water was swept up into terrifying abyssal vortexes. Tao Lord Jaffa, who was in human form but had 5 pairs of white wings, held a giant crimson sword in his hand and slashed out time and time again. Every attack was the strongest ultimate secret technique. Moreover, every time they collided, Tao Lord Jaffa never used any defensive methods. He only attacked with all his strength. It was extremely crazy. Madman. This battle maniac. Tao Lord Long Wall was completely suppressed. He was anxious and in pain. He tried his best to dodge Tao Lord Jaffa's attacks and delay as much as possible until reinforcements arrived. However, things did not go as he wished. Tao Lord Jaffa's secret technique was much stronger than his. He also surpassed him in terms of spacetime control and Grotto Heaven world control. The spacetime domain formed by the combination of these two was not something he could contend against. He could not use his own spacetime domain at all. Therefore, under the suppression of Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain, he was caught up time and time again and was injured. Tao Lord Long Wall, it's useless even if you resist. The humans of the first universe have been wiped out by the Heavenly Feather Race in the distant past. The humans of the fourth universe should also be wiped out. Therefore, give up resisting and become the cornerstone of my path to becoming a heavenly venerate. Tao Lord Jaffa looked incomparably sacred as he slashed out with his giant crimson sword. Crack! This sword landed directly on Tao Lord Long Wall's body, and the dark golden armor treasure trembled. Unfortunately, it could only block a small portion of the power. The remaining half of the power still caused great damage to Tao Lord Long Wall. Dense cracks appeared on his body, and he was sent flying at an extremely fast speed. Clang! At the same time, Tao Lord Long Wall's staff also hit Tao Lord Jaffa. However, Tao Lord Jaffa's armor treasure was of a higher grade. His attack only caused Tao Lord Jaffa's body to sway slightly, but it did not cause much damage. What a madman! Even if I encountered other Tao Lords of the first universe, I would still be able to fight them. Why did I have to encounter this madman? Tao Lord Long Wall was filled with grief and indignation. Speaking of which, he was also an Aeon-level Tao Lord. Among Tao Lords, he was an upper-middle level existence. Usually, when he encountered some universe-level Tao Lords, he was confident that he would not be in any danger if he fought them. However, Tao Lord Jaffa was different. He was a top expert among Aeon-level Tao Lords. Whether it was Dharma treasures, secret techniques, or other means, they were all top-notch. In terms of actual combat strength, Tao Lord Jaffa had already stepped into the threshold of a universe-level Tao Lord. Only a true universe-level Tao Lord could suppress him. Cultivation, attack, and defense all crush me. What should I do? The indestructible substance and other special substances in Tao Lord Long Wall's body were constantly being consumed. He was in despair. If this continued, he might not be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Long Wall, Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain is too strong. Even I don't dare to barge in recklessly. I'm sorry, I can't help you. At that moment, a spiritual sense voice transmission sounded in Tao Lord Long Wall's ears. Tao Lord Xian Qing. Tao Lord Long Wall's heart was filled with joy before it dimmed again. Although Tao Lord Xian Qing was also an Eon-level Tao Lord, he was slightly weaker than him in terms of strength. Once he entered Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain, he would be in danger. Furthermore, teleportation was not possible in the spacetime domain. It would take a long time for someone to fly to him. Right now, only a universe-level Tao Lord of the human race could save him. Universe-level Tao Lords were naturally not afraid of Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain. No one can save you now. You have less than half of the indestructible substance left in your body. I'll kill you in 10 strikes at most. Wielding a scarlet greatsword, Tao Lord Jaffa's figure flashed as he teleported in front of Tao Lord Long Wall. Damn it! You're just relying on the power of your supreme treasures. Tao Lord Long Wall was furious. Tao Lord Jaffa's armor and greatsword were both grade 5 supreme treasures. In comparison, his supreme treasures were only grade 4. The difference of a single grade between supreme treasures was like heaven and earth in terms of power. Therefore, Tao Lord Jaffa could attack with all his might without worrying about defense. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Tao Lord Long Wall was getting more and more desperate. Pfft! Once again, he was struck by Tao Lord Jaffa's scarlet greatsword and a portion of the indestructible substance in his body was depleted. From less than 50%, it was reduced to 40%, then 35%, then 30%, die. Tao Lord Jaffa had a holy smile on his face. No, I can't die just like this. I still want to become a top-tier Tao Lord and a heavenly venerable. I can't die just like this. Tao Lord Long Wall struggled in despair and indignation. Unfortunately, he was no match for Tao Lord Jaffa at all. He could not even break through Tao Lord Jaffa's defense. It looked like he was about to reach the danger line of death. Far away, Tao Lord Xian Qing stood outside Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain. Although he was anxious, he could only sigh. Long Wall, I'm sorry. Apart from Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, no one can help you now. Swoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air not far away from Tao Lord Xian Qing. Tao Lord Xian Qing. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Tao Lord Xian Qing turned around abruptly and saw that it was Jiang Xi who was dressed in golden-patterned black armor. Jiang Xi. The surprise on Tao Lord Xian Qing's face disappeared and was replaced with disappointment. Then, he hurriedly said, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Long Wall is currently being pursued by Tao Lord Jaffa of the First Universe. Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain is extremely strong and only universe Tao Lords can fight against it. Don't go in. Otherwise, you'll be in danger if you enter. It's fine. I might not be a match for Tao Lord Jaffa, but I'm not afraid of him. Jiang Xi smiled. You? Tao Lord Xian Qing was shocked. The next moment, there was a boom. A massive projection of a grotto heaven descended from the void. In the world projection, the cosmos, continents, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas were extremely realistic. With endless might, it crushed towards Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain. Rumble. Boom. The two spacetime domains collided and Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain was quickly destroyed. In front of Jiang Xi's spacetime domain, it could not resist at all. Although Jiang Xi's self-created heaven and earth was inferior to a Tao Lord's, his grotto heaven world had already surpassed the limits of a Tao Lord. It was more than 100 million light-years in diameter compared to a universe Tao Lord's grotto heaven. Furthermore, his supreme treasure, the sixfold mountain, could also control space and time. The combination of the two was equivalent to a weakened version of controlling spacetime. The combination of the sixfold mountain, self-created heaven and earth, and grotto heaven world formed an extremely powerful spacetime domain, mountain sea spacetime. At the same time, Lord Long Wall was in complete despair. He only had less than 20% of the indestructible substance in his body. At most, he would die after 4 sword strikes. To be precise, there was no need for 4 sword strikes at all. He was already powerless to resist, and the indestructible substance in his body was being consumed even faster. Ha, Lord Long Wall, say your final goodbye. Lord Jaffa laughed and slashed down once more. Suddenly, boom, a sound that sounded like the world was collapsing echoed in the space. Who is it? Lord Jaffa's expression changed starkly. He realized that his spacetime domain was collapsing continuously. The spacetime domain that could initially suppress Lord Long Wall's speed mostly dissipated in the blink of an eye. In its place was an incomparably realistic projection of a world. Boundless galaxies, starry continents, mountains, and rivers filled the entire space. Lord Long Wall, who had regained his freedom, was overjoyed. Lord Long Wall, why aren't you leaving? A familiar voice sounded in Lord Long Wall's ears. This is... Lord Long Wall was stunned. Wasn't this familiar voice Jiang Xi whom he had reprimanded previously? Why aren't you leaving? The voice urged once more. Swoosh, Lord Long Wall no longer hesitated and used his fastest speed. At that moment, he felt like a fish in water. His flight was extremely smooth and his speed was no longer suppressed. Moreover, the spacetime of the mountain sea was helping him, allowing him to move even faster. In comparison, Lord Jaffa was suppressed and his speed was constantly decreasing. Who is it? Lord Jaffa was furious. His prey was about to be captured but was rescued by someone else. Which universe realm Lord of the 4th universe is it? In Lord Jaffa's opinion, only the spacetime domain of a universe realm Lord could suppress his. Soon, he used his spirit consciousness to investigate and saw Jiang Xi's appearance. He had never seen him before. Why are you disguising yourself? Since you're a universe realm Lord, why are you hiding? Who are you? Lord Jaffa was even more furious. He felt that the other party was humiliating him. He immediately retracted the spacetime domain that was about to collapse. Whoosh, seeing that, Jiang Xi also retracted his mountain sea spacetime because he could not teleport in the spacetime domain. In the distance, Lord Long Wall was overjoyed and immediately teleported to Jiang Xi and Lord Xian Qing's side. Behind him, Lord Jaffa also teleported over. He wanted to get closer and see who this sneaky fellow was with his own eyes. Several light years away, Jiang Xi and Lord Xian Qing stood in the Golden River water. Lord Long Wall appeared out of thin air. When he saw Jiang Xi, he was immediately embarrassed and ashamed. Jiang, we'll talk later. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. Whoosh. At this moment, Lord Jaffa's figure followed and appeared not far away. He stood in the Golden River water and flapped his 5 pairs of white wings gently. He looked at Jiang Xi angrily. Who are you? Why are you disguising yourself and hiding? Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm me. Why should I disguise myself? Jiang Xi said indifferently. No disguise. But I've never seen you before. Perhaps we'll see each other more often in the future. Jiang Xi smiled. Swoosh. In the next moment, the 3 of them teleported out of the inner area of Goldflow River and appeared above the river. Then, they teleported continuously and arrived at a safe place. At the place where the battle had taken place, Lord Jaffa's aura erupted. He was furious, but he did not dare to chase after them. Lord Mountain Sea. After a moment of anger, he quickly calmed down. A universe realm Downlord should disdain disguising himself. It seems that another universe realm Downlord has been born in the humans of the fourth universe. Of the four primal universes of the Chaos Sea, the humans of the first universe had been wiped out by the heavenly feather race at the beginning of the universe. The humans of the other three universes had developed into peak races. Among them, the third universe was the strongest, with a total of 6 celestial venerables. The humans of the second and fourth universes were slightly weaker. However, the humans of the second universe also had 3 celestial venerables. Although the fourth universe had 2 celestial venerables, celestial venerable purple firmament had been permanently suppressed by the universe, so it was equivalent to having none. Of course, this was mainly because the fourth universe was too young and was far inferior to the first 3 universes. Otherwise, the humans of the fourth universe would definitely have produced more celestial venerables. I can confirm that I've never seen this Downlord Mountain Sea before. His aura fluctuations are completely different from the other universe realm Downlords of the fourth universe. It seemed that the humans of the fourth universe had hidden themselves well. A universe realm Downlord had actually been hiding until now. Humans are all the same. They're all scheming. The other peak races of the fourth universe are also useless. They didn't wipe out the humans at the beginning of the universe. Downlord Jia Fa's eyes were filled with coldness. The heavenly feather race of the first universe had 9 celestial venerables, so they naturally had 9 miniature universes. Within one of the miniature universes, Downlord Jia Fa's avatar walked out of his heavenly palace and looked up at the endless void. He asked with a respectful expression, "Ninth Sacred Master, has a new Downlord been born in the humans of the fourth universe?" I was just about to kill Downlord Changhuan of the fourth universe when I was stopped by a human Downlord dressed in black armor with golden patterns. He's also a cultivator of the sword, but I've never seen him before. I want all his information. He can stop you. He's a universe realm Downlord. A loud voice rang out from the sky. He should be. My space-time domain was easily destroyed by him. Since I don't know anything about him, I didn't pursue him, Downlord Jia Fa replied respectfully. Alright, I'll go investigate now. The voice rang out from the sky. Thank you, Ninth Sacred Master. Downlord Jia Fa hurriedly bowed. There were nearly 100 powers in the Chaos Sea. Some were enemies, some were allies, and some were trading with each other. There was no distinction between the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands. There was only a division of benefits. Even the powers of the first universe and the fourth universe might have secret connections. This was especially true for the heavenly feather race of the first universe. As the third largest power in the Chaos Sea, they were extremely powerful. There were many who wanted to curry favor with them. However, the secret transactions between the heavenly feather race across universes were mostly presided over by the 9 celestial venerables. Downlord Jia Fa wasn't qualified to come into contact with them. A moment later, the 9th Sacred Master's voice rang out from the sky again. I've found him. Downlord Jia Fa immediately listened attentively. You've never seen a cultivator of the sword dressed in black armor with golden patterns, and he was able to easily destroy your spacetime domain. Based on this information, I can confirm that he should be a new Downlord of the human race of the fourth universe, Downlord Mountain Sea, the voice said. A new Downlord? Downlord Jia Fa was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe his ears, but he was listening very carefully. Ninth Sacred Master, this is impossible. Since he's a new Downlord, his strength should be at the desolate level. How could he destroy my spacetime domain so easily? Downlord Jia Fa shook his head repeatedly. At the same time, he felt ashamed and angry. If that was the case, then his performance just now was too embarrassing. He was actually frightened by a desolate level Downlord. If news of this spread, he would probably become the laughing stock of the entire Chaos Sea. It's not your fault. According to the information I found, he should have a supreme treasure that can control spacetime. In addition, he can control spacetime himself. That's why he was able to destroy your spacetime domain. Even if you catch up, you can't do anything to him. The ninth sacred master's voice rang out in the sky. Supreme treasure. Tao Lord Jia Fa's expression changed. That's right. It might be a 6th grade supreme treasure. Tao Lord Mountain Sea is known as the most talented genius in the history of the 4th universe. The human race might have given him a precious supreme treasure to protect his life. In terms of strength, he's at most a desolate level Tao Lord, the 9th sacred master said. It was worth mentioning that the 9th sacred master didn't find out Jiang Xi's true cultivation level because not many people knew about it. Moreover, after Jiang Xi's battle in the ancient immortal world, the human race in the 4th universe announced that Jiang Xi had become a Tao Lord. Therefore, apart from the upper echelons of the human race in the 4th universe, not many people knew that Jiang Xi was actually a rank 5 true lord. Phew. Tao Lord Jia Fa calmed down a little, and his expression was no longer as ugly. So he's just a new desolate level Tao Lord. Humph. The next time we meet, I'll be able to attack without worry. If he really has a 6th grade supreme treasure. Tao Lord Jia Fa's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Even though the heavenly feather race was the strongest force in the 1st universe, there was still fierce competition among the races. He was an Ian-level Tao Lord and wasn't qualified to obtain a 6th grade supreme treasure from the race. If he had a 6th grade supreme treasure, then his strength wouldn't just barely be considered a universe-level Tao Lord. He would have the strength to fight against a universe-level Tao Lord. Just you wait. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you'll eventually be my prey. Chapter 592. Gold Flow River. A gigantic boulder stood on the surface of the river, constantly being washed by the majestic golden water. The boulder was originally empty, but 3 figures suddenly appeared. They were Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and Tao Lord Xian Qing. After the 3 of them stood still, Tao Lord Chang Yuan bowed to Jiang Xi with a serious expression. Jiang Xi hurriedly helped him up. Tao Lord Chang Yuan, there's no need for that. However, Tao Lord Chang Yuan was very insistent. Jiang Xi, you saved my life. You're the one who owes me the most. If you have any instructions in the future, just let me know and I'll rush over immediately. I won't back down even if I have to risk my life. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. He had finally seen another side of Tao Lord Chang Yuan. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had previously told him that Tao Lord Chang Yuan was a very straightforward person. He was stubborn and did things as he pleased. However, Tao Lord Chang Yuan was a person who knew how to repay kindness. As long as he remembered it, he would rush over to help no matter how difficult it was. Tao Lord Chang Yuan, you're also at the Ian realm like Tao Lord Jia Fa of the Heavenly Feather race. Why are you completely at a disadvantage in front of him? Jiang Xi could not help but ask. This was a question in his heart and he did not want to embarrass Tao Lord Chang Yuan. Tao Lord Chang Yuan did not care about this and sighed. That's because his secret techniques and supreme treasures far exceed mine. Of course, the root of it is the difference in foundation. The 1st universe has existed for too long. The Tao Lords who were born there have basically mastered ultimate secret techniques after a long period of accumulation. The more powerful their secret techniques are, the more vast the grotto heavens they open up. In terms of supreme treasures, the 1st universe has even more supreme treasures. An Ian realm Tao Lord like Tao Lord Jia Fa has at least 1 grade 5 supreme treasure on him. This is also the reason why I told you to take a detour when you see the elites of the top 3 universes. However, I didn't expect your strength to be so. At the end of his speech, Tao Lord Chang Yuan felt extremely ashamed. Everything he had said to Jiang Xi had come true, but it was all because of himself. I was just lucky. If Tao Lord Jia Fa had really caught up to me, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Jiang Xi shook his head. Chang Yuan, don't say that. You were quite unlucky to have met a battle maniac like Tao Lord Jaffa. If you were facing any of the other Aeon Tao Lords of the first universe, you wouldn't end up in such a sorry state even if you weren't a match for them. Tao Lord Arcanum tried to console him as well. Tao Lord Long Wall let out a bitter laugh. No matter how you look at it, he's still weaker than others. Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Xian Qing exchanged glances worriedly. Clearly, Tao Lord Changhuan's confidence had taken a hit. Phew. Tao Lord Long Wall suddenly let out a long sigh. Then, his gaze became determined. You don't have to worry. After this matter, I've thought it through. If I want to truly roam the Chaos Sea, I have to create an ultimate mystic technique. It just so happened that when I was facing death this time, I had a trace of inspiration. Therefore, I've decided to return to my race and enter seclusion. I won't come out until the mystic technique is completed. Then, I wish you success in your cultivation. Tao Lord Arcanum smiled. Good luck. Jiang Xi nodded. Jiang Xi, I'll never forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. Tao Lord Long Wall cupped his hands. Goodbye. With that, he teleported in the direction of the fourth universe. As for Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Arcanum, who stayed at the end of the month, after chatting for a while, they each found a direction and went their separate ways, continuing to roam the Gold Flow River. Jiang Xi dived back into the waters of the Gold Flow River's inner region. While carefully avoiding the dangerous whirlpools, he sighed inwardly and recalled the conversation just now. Although Tao Lord Long Wall's words were usually unpleasant, some of them made sense. Just like what he said just now, if he wanted to truly roam the Chaos Sea, he really couldn't do it without an ultimate mystic technique. Only by mastering one's own ultimate mystic technique would he have the strength to stand firm in the Chaos Sea. He wouldn't have to hide when he saw the powerhouses of the top 3 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes. The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra is still the most basic ultimate mystic technique. After all, this is a mystic technique that I created with 7 perfected great Taos. There's still a gap between it and those ultimate mystic techniques that are created with the heavenly Tao as the foundation. My main advantages right now are those supreme treasures and an estate world that surpasses the limits of a Tao Lord. These things allow me to be able to protect myself against Tao Lords at the cosmic level, but my chances of defeating one are still minuscule. As for an Aeon Tao Lord, I'm definitely not afraid. It's also very difficult to kill one. The only thing lacking is mystic techniques. My attack power is lacking. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Because his strength had increased too quickly, his attack power had become a constant problem. The current solution is to create an ultimate mystic technique. The second is to become a Tao Lord. The third is to obtain a 6th stage offensive true treasure. The first 2 methods depend on time. Because whether it's an ultimate mystic technique or becoming a Tao Lord, the prerequisite is to master a complete heavenly Tao. My avatar is constantly deducing Taoist techniques. As long as there's enough time, it'll be able to deduce the heavenly Tao sooner or later. As for a 6th stage offensive true treasure, it depends purely on luck. Jiang Xi was very clear that the core of his cultivation was the sword Tao. Only a sword-type offensive true treasure could allow his strength to be maximized. Therefore, it really depended on luck, and it was extremely heaven-defying luck. One had to know that even the entire human race in the 4th universe didn't have a single 6th stage offensive true treasure. Of course, there's another way. Kill Tao Lords, obtain eternal experience points, and then expand the Grotto Heaven world. As long as my Grotto Heaven world is big enough, with the power of the world in the space-time domain, my strength will definitely improve further. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. This was even more difficult. The Chaos Sea was too big, and there weren't many Tao Lords. There were even fewer for him to kill. It could be said that with his current strength, hunting Tao lords in the Chaos Sea was definitely as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Let's explore first. This Goldflow River is one of the 3 most dangerous places. There are many true treasures and inheritances hidden in it. What if I'm lucky? Jiang Xi thought. In the following days, in the process of exploring the Goldflow River, Jiang Xi sometimes encountered experts from the first 3 universes and fought with them. The results of the battles were mostly as Jiang Xi had expected. With his many methods, he wasn't even afraid of Universe Realm Tao Lords, but he couldn't kill them. The Chaos Sea was completely different from the ancient immortal world. The strength of Tao Lords could be fully unleashed here without any restrictions. As for the weakest desolate level Tao Lords, it was very difficult to meet them in the Chaos Sea. After all, not many desolate level Tao Lords dared to explore the Chaos Sea. However, as time passed, Jiang Xi's name as Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas gradually spread in the Chaos Sea. The experts from the first 3 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes basically knew that the human race of the 4th universe had an additional Tao Lord with such a unique trait. His defense was very strong and difficult to deal with, but his attack methods were weak. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. In the inner area of the Goldflow River, there was a huge stone celestial body that was countless light years tall. It extended from the depths of the river to here. Due to its large size, this stone pillar-like boulder wasn't afraid of the impact of the Goldflow River and stood tall in the water. In the Goldflow River, there were many such boulders and pillars. Each of them was like a towering mountain range that pierced through the heavens and the earth. With Jiang Xi's size, he was on top of a boulder of this scale. To him, it was just a depression, like a huge canyon. The protruding part was a huge mountain peak, and the flat part was like a boundless plain. At this time, Jiang Xi was sitting cross-legged in a depression of the boulder, temporarily resting and looking at the whirlpools that appeared in the water. It's been 30 years, and I haven't seen a single true treasure. This probability is even lower than in the ancient immortal world. Of course, even so, Jiang Xi knew that the true treasures unearthed in the ancient immortal world were basically 3rd grade and below. There were very few high-grade true treasures. The Chaos Sea was different. As long as there were true treasures that appeared, most of them were 3rd grade and above. The more than 100 battles over the years have made me a lot of progress in terms of actual combat, Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Ever since he had the combat power of a Tao Lord, he had only experienced 2 battles at the Tao Lord level in the primal universe. His combat experience with Tao Lords was still somewhat lacking. During the years in the Chaos Sea, he had been fighting with the Tao Lords of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd universes. Although the cultivation civilizations of the various universes were essentially secret techniques that were based on Tao techniques, in terms of practical application, there were differences. The collision of these differences had benefited Jiang Xi a lot, and his understanding of Tao techniques and secret techniques had also deepened. Compared to those old antiques, my advantage is that I'm young. Just wait. When my Tao techniques are deduced to the heavenly Tao level, my strength will be greatly improved. The years in the Goldflow River are basically like this. Most of the time, it's peaceful. But when an opportunity suddenly comes, it's like water suddenly hitting a boulder, causing monstrous waves. That's when the madness comes. Jiang Xi got up and left the boulder, ending his rest and continuing to explore the Goldflow River. The Goldflow River was simply too big. Its length was 100 million light-years, and its width was more than 1 million light-years. As for its depth, it was unfathomable. Just the human race of the 4th universe had explored a depth of 300 million light-years. One could imagine how vast the space covered by the Goldflow River was. In the entire Chaos Sea, countless powerhouses had spent countless years, but it was still difficult to explore the entire space covered by the river. At this moment, in another part of the Goldflow River, 2 figures met. They looked similar to humans and had 5 pairs of white wings. They looked rather sacred. If Jiang Xi was here, he would be able to recognize that one of these two Tao Lords was Tao Lord Jia Fa of the Heavenly Feather race of the First Universe. The other was also quite famous. He was Tao Lord Blue Moon of the Heavenly Feather race, and his strength was similar to Tao Lord Jia Fa's. Jia Fa, have you gained anything recently? Tao Lord Blue Moon asked. Don't mention it. I didn't gain anything. I only met Tao Lord Long Wall of the Fourth Universe last time. I followed him for a long time before I finally had a chance to attack. Then, I used my space-time domain to suppress him. I was about to kill Tao Lord Long Wall, but in the end, Tao Lord Mountain Sea suddenly appeared and rescued him. Tao Lord Jia Fa was still somewhat resentful. If I could kill Tao Lord Long Wall and obtain his many supreme treasures, I would have been able to obtain some of them. Coupled with some of my accumulated wealth, I should be able to exchange it for a Tier 5 cardinal treasure. Unfortunately. Tao Lord Jia Fa sighed, unwilling to give up. That's a pity. I've heard about this Tao Lord Mountain Sea recently. I heard that his defense is very strong and he has many life-saving methods. If we meet again, call me over and we'll work together to kill him. Tao Lord Blue Moon smiled. No problem. Tao Lord Jia Fa immediately agreed. However, whether or not he would call Tao Lord Blue Moon was another matter. He remembered very clearly that the 9th Sacred Lord speculated that Tao Lord Mountain Sea might have a grade 6 supreme treasure on him. Any expert who knew of such an opportunity would want to obtain it for themselves. How could they share it with others? There was also competition within the Heavenly Feather race, and it was even more intense. Then, the two of them left after a short conversation. Wandering in the Gold Flow River was a very lonely thing. Occasionally, when they met experts of the same race, they would stop and chat. Soon, another 3 years had passed. Tao Lord Blue Moon flapped his 5 pairs of white wings with a calm and holy smile on his face as he slowly flew in the Golden River. He was now 100 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River. If he continued to go deeper, he would be under pressure. The deeper the danger, the more likely he would die. Only the top universe realm Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables could explore the region between 100 million light-years and 200 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River. Tao Lord Blue Moon kept his spiritual consciousness spread out and carefully probed, not letting any place go. In this vast river, there were many huge stone pillars that were countless light-years tall. The smaller ones were tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones were millions of kilometers in diameter. There might be some opportunities hidden inside. Suddenly, Tao Lord Blue Moon's spiritual consciousness detected a weak aura fluctuation. However, the aura was a little blurry, and he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Is it the aura of another Tao Lord? Or the aura of a supreme treasure? Tao Lord Blue Moon's eyes lit up, and his entire aura changed. He stopped and carefully probed his surroundings with his spiritual consciousness. Soon, he locked onto the direction. It was a huge stone pillar in the distance. Over there. He flew over carefully, keeping his guard up. As he got closer, the aura fluctuation grew stronger, and it was completely different from the aura of a Tao Lord. Clearly, this was a supreme treasure. Tao Lord Blue Moon was very excited, but he was even more careful. This was because he knew that the stronger the supreme treasure, the greater the danger around it. After flying for a full 3 days, he finally arrived in front of the huge stone pillar. However, his spiritual consciousness detected that the source of the aura was even deeper in the Gold Flow River. That was an area that only Universe Realm Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables could explore. In the region between 100 million light-years and 200 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River, there were even more powerful whirlpools. He was an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. Although he barely had the combat strength of a Universe Realm Tao Lord, once he was sucked in by a whirlpool, only death awaited him. Fortune comes from danger. Tao Lord Blue Moon gritted his teeth and flew deeper. Based on the aura fluctuation he detected so far, it was already a Tier 4 supreme treasure. What if he got closer? Down, down, down. Another half a month passed. Tao Lord Blue Moon's aura had weakened by more than half, and only 40% of the imperishable substance was left in his body. As the pattern of the whirlpool's appearance was unpredictable, he had been very careful during this period. However, he was still attracted by some whirlpools and almost got sucked in. Every time, he could only detonate part of his immortal body to escape the whirlpool's attraction. Almost there, right? Tao Lord Blue Moon took a deep breath, and his eyes grew brighter. At this moment, the supreme treasure aura he detected was already a Tier 6 supreme treasure. His destination was close at hand. It was a cave tens of millions of kilometers away. However, what puzzled Tao Lord Blue Moon was that even now, his spiritual consciousness was still unable to detect the situation inside the cave. Who knows how many supreme treasures and legacies are hidden in the Gold Flow River? Every supreme treasure's appearance is different. The supreme treasure this time is of such a high grade. The situation must be very strange. It's normal that I can't detect it. Tao Lord Blue Moon thought to himself. He became more excited and calmer. As a veteran who had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless epochs, he was very experienced. He knew very well that when facing an opportunity, the closer it was to the end, the more careful he had to be. A distance of tens of millions of kilometers was covered in an instant for Tao Lord Blue Moon. However, it took him a full minute to fly close to the cave. During this time, he was almost swept away by the whirlpool and used up another 5% of his imperishable substance. Phew! I'm finally here. Tao Lord Blue Moon carefully checked the entrance of the cave that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. He did not discover any dangers or traps. It's better to be careful. He flipped his hand and took out a black flying boat. This is a Tier 4 flying supreme treasure. I'll hide in it. With the supreme treasure's sturdiness, I'll be able to withstand an attack even if I encounter danger at the heavenly venerable level. The time it took for this attack was enough for him to escape. Tao Lord Blue Moon steered the black flying boat into the cave. The cave was also filled with golden river water. The supreme treasure's aura came from the depths of the cave. The flying boat flew slowly and approached the depths of the cave. Moments later, Tao Lord Blue Moon finally saw the source of the supreme treasure's aura. It was a spatial crack that was about 10,000 kilometers wide and 100,000 kilometers long. White rays of light were constantly emitting from it. A special space. Tao Lord Blue Moon's eyes widened in excitement. He had wandered the Chaos Sea for countless years and had seen many special treasures appear. Among them, there were supreme treasures hidden in special spaces. However, he had always been with the other experts of the Heavenly Feather race. This time, he was monopolizing this opportunity. After wandering for countless years, my chance to rise in the Chaos Sea has come. Tao Lord Blue Moon took a deep breath and calmly steered the supreme treasure flying boat towards the spatial crack. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the white rays of light were actually emitted by the barrier within the spatial crack. It was because of the barrier that his spiritual consciousness could not enter. Poof! The supreme treasure flying boat pierced through the barrier and truly entered the special space. Boom! No! In an instant, the deep cave and the spatial crack in the special space became calm again, as if nothing had happened. In the boundless Chaos Sea, near the enormous First Universe, the 9 miniature universes of the Heavenly Feather race floated together like 9 pearls in one of the miniature universes. No! Tao Lord Blue Moon's avatar had been extremely excited, but in an instant, he let out a terrified and indignant roar. Poof! Then he turned into ashes and dissipated into thin air. The moment his avatar was annihilated, the 6th sacred leader of the Heavenly Feather race immediately appeared. Lan Ho has been annihilated. A sigh reverberated throughout the miniature universe. Soon, dozens of Tao lords of the heavenly feather race who resided in this miniature universe formed their avatars and arrived at the Sacred Leader continent. Sixth Sacred Leader. Blue Moon has fallen. How could he have fallen? This is impossible. Who killed him? The dozens of Tao lords were all extremely frantic and furious. According to the definition of power, Tao Lord Blue Moon's cultivation level was at the eternity level. However, with his various techniques, he barely had the combat power of a universe-level Tao Lord. Even if he encountered a celestial venerable, he still had a chance of escaping. To the heavenly feather race, it had been countless eras since a great being of such a level had fallen. Blue Moon died instantly. His avatar didn't have time to leave behind any information. The sixth sacred leader's sigh could be heard in the sky. If he had encountered an extremely terrifying danger, he would have contacted the other great beings of the race to help. However, this time, he died in an instant and didn't have time to react. Thus, we can deduce that Blue Moon probably didn't sense any danger beforehand. When he did, he died immediately. The sixth sacred leader sighed. I wonder how he died. Even a celestial venerable wouldn't be able to kill Blue Moon instantly. Unless it was one of those legendary invincible celestial venerables, but that's impossible. Ever since celestial venerable purple firmament was suppressed by the fourth universe, no invincible celestial venerables have been born in the chaos ocean. It seems that he must have fallen into some dangerous place in Gold Flow River. Some of the Tao lords were silent. Some sighed. Their expressions were solemn. The 9 miniature universes of the heavenly feather race were closely connected. News of Tao Lord Blue Moon's death quickly spread among the upper echelons of the race. Blue Moon usually only explores the inner area of Gold Flow River at a depth of 100 million light-years. He's always been cautious, so the chances of him being swallowed by the whirlpool are very low. We can basically confirm that the danger must have come from somewhere in the river. Or it could have come from somewhere deeper in Gold Flow River. In any case, if this place can cause Blue Moon to die instantly, it must be extraordinary. The upper echelons of the heavenly feather race discussed for a while. In the end, the sixth sacred leader said, based on the information Blue Moon gave us, he was most recently active in the inner area of Gold Flow River near coordinate 29867. Now, I order the 3 Tao lords of our race who are exploring Gold Flow River, Tao Lord Jia Fa, Tao Lord Kuan Yu, and Tao Lord Fang Su, to head to that area and search. The 3 of you must be careful. If you discover anything strange or dangerous, don't barge in directly. Yes, sixth sacred leader. The avatars of Tao Lord Jia Fa, Tao Lord Kuan Yu, and Tao Lord Fang Su respectfully bowed and accepted the order. At the same time, the 3 of them teleported continuously in the void above the Golden River and came to the sky above the 29867 coordinate reference point. Then, they went deep into the Golden River and began a large-scale search. Chapter 593. The golden water of the Gold Flow River surged towards an unknown direction at several times the speed of light. 3 figures with powerful auras gathered above the river. Each of them had 5 pairs of white wings and looked very sacred. They were the 3 Tao lords of the heavenly feather race. Lan Rong didn't even have time to leave behind any information before he died. One can imagine how terrifying the danger he encountered was. Even in the inner area of the Gold Flow River, there's only a very small chance of such danger appearing below 100 million light-years. Only when it's more than 200 million light-years deep will such danger be more common. Tao Lord Kuan Yu frowned. So, this mission isn't simple. Tao Lord Fang Su shook his head. We'll follow the 6th Sacred Lord's orders and search first. If we find any unpredictable danger, we'll report it immediately. We won't take the risk, Tao Lord Jia Fa said in a low voice. I'm just afraid that we'll work for nothing. The place where Lan Rong died might not even be near the reference point 29867. Yes, this reference point is only the location that Lan Rong reported to the race 100 years ago. The place where he died might be near these coordinates or extremely far away. Forget it. We can't disobey the sixth sacred lord's orders. Let's split up and search. Each of us will be responsible for 1/3 of this reference point. That's all we can do. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 Tao lords of the heavenly feather race teleported away and entered the river water of the Gold Flow River to begin a large-scale search. However, the river water of the Gold Flow River covered a very large area and the environment was very complicated. None of the nearly 100 factions in the Chaos Sea dared to say that they could search the entire Gold Flow River. 10 days later. Tao Lord Jia Fa, Tao Lord Kuan Yu, and Tao Lord Fang Su met again. I've finished searching the area I'm responsible for. I didn't find any useful information. Me too. The 3 Tao lords of the heavenly feather race were worried. What should they do next if they didn't find anything? The area around a reference point is too large. We used our spiritual senses to search and covered at least 5,000 light-years at a time. Although this search speed is fast, some of the truly dangerous areas and treasure areas are affected by the environment of the Gold Flow River and the river water. It'll be very hard for us to find any truly valuable clues just by using our spiritual sense. Tao Lord Jaffa sighed. Then what can we do? We know all of this. Do we really have to investigate every light-year? This is impossible. An area of 1 light-year was not only 1 light-year in length, but also 1 light-year in length, width, and height. In the inner area of the flowing Gold River, where the environment is complex, I'm afraid that even 10,000 eras won't be enough to explore an area that covers 1 light-year. The 3 of them were second-tier Tao Lords amongst the Heaven Wing Tao Lords. They were all Aeon-class Tao Lords, but by relying on various techniques they were able to just barely reach the level of a Universe-class Tao Lord. However, strength was strength. This kind of blind investigation without any information would still consume a lot of time and energy. It would definitely take at least 100 million eras. I can't do a detailed investigation at all. I can only do a simple investigation like this. Let's report the results to the clan first. Agreed. Agreed. Tao Lord Jia Fa and the other 2 quickly reported the results of their investigation. Continue investigating. Since the reference object 29867 isn't there, expand the scope of the investigation. Do a simple investigation of all the areas that correspond to the 100 reference objects nearby. At the same time, expand the investigation area to a depth of 100 million light-years in the flowing Gold River by another 10 million light-years. The 6th Sacred Lord ordered once more. Understood. Tao Lord Jia Fa and the other 2 had no choice but to accept the order. Fortunately, it was just a simple investigation with their spiritual senses. It didn't take too long. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The 3 Heaven Wing Tao Lords had done a simple investigation of all the areas that the 6th Sacred Lord had designated. Tao Lord Fengshu had even been lucky enough to obtain a 4th-grade supreme treasure. In addition, they had also discovered 3 strange places. The 6th Sacred Lord of the Heaven Wing race had personally descended and investigated them. However, in the end, he didn't find anything. What a waste of effort. I wonder where Lan Rong died, and how he died. The mission is over. The Heaven Wing race had spent more than 10 years, but in the end, they could only choose to give up on the investigation if an expert of the Heaven Wing race had been killed by another force. They definitely wouldn't have let the matter rest. However, this time, they couldn't find any traces. Tao Lord Lan Rong's supreme treasure didn't appear on the bodies of other Tao Lords either. Without any clues, the Heaven Wing race could only swallow their anger. Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fengshu left separately, but Tao Lord Jia Fa didn't. He continued to go deeper into the flowing Gold River. Before Lan Rong died, I met him near the reference object 29867. At that time, he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. The place where he died might be near this reference object. In that case, I'll carefully investigate this place and treat it as a search for treasures. In the following time, Lord Jia Fa began to carefully investigate the situation in this area. The huge stone pillars in the river, the caves, and the sunken valleys were all places that he focused on investigating. It's said that the flowing Gold River is extremely dangerous and is one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. However, I haven't encountered any real danger in the past 40 years. Jiang Xi flew carefully in the 70 million light-years deep region of the flowing Gold River. His spiritual consciousness was constantly spread out. Let's go deeper. He made up his mind and quickly dived deeper. As he dived deeper, he felt the pressure getting stronger. The whirlpools in the Golden River water appeared more frequently and without any pattern. They all emitted a frightening and dangerous aura. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived at the 90 million light-years deep region after several short-distance teleportations. Some of the dangers in this region already had the possibility of killing a universe-realm Lord. He had to be more careful and be wary of the whirlpools that could appear at any time. However, at this moment, Jiang Xi suddenly stopped. He looked at the golden patterned black armor on his body. This was the transformation of the Tier 5 Supreme Treasure, the Sixfold Mountain. The Sixfold Mountain armor trembled just now. Given his strength, he was 100% sure that what he sensed just now was not wrong. The Sixfold Mountain armor had indeed trembled ever so slightly. What's going on? Jiang Xi frowned. Could it be that something had collided with the Sixfold Mountain armor and caused it to tremble? Or perhaps, this supreme treasure had sensed something. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jiang Xi dived deeper. Buzz! At this moment, the Sixfold Mountain armor trembled even more intensely. A supreme treasure is attracting me. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It was like the attraction between 2 magnets. The closer they were, the stronger the attraction. I'm sure it's deeper in the flowing Gold River. Jiang Xi looked even deeper. He had encountered such a situation before. Back in the ancient immortal world, when he met true monarch Black Time, such a situation had occurred. The threefold mountain on his body and true monarch Black Time's threefold mountain were 2 incomplete parts of the sixfold mountain. However, the attraction at that time was very strong, while the attraction now was very weak. Could it be that the sixfold mountain is not complete, and there are other incomplete parts below? Jiang Xi thought to himself as he dived deeper. Whoosh! He performed another short-distance teleportation of 10 light-years. It's indeed much stronger. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The sixfold mountain armor on his body trembled even more intensely. Whoosh! 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 He continued to teleport downward. Buzz! The sixfold mountain armor trembled even more intensely, to the point where it could be seen with the naked eye. What a strong attraction! Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. However, he remained calm. Each time he teleported, he would not exceed 10 light-years. Teleporting in such a large area in the flowing Gold River was undoubtedly a suicidal act. Even if he had a map and a strong defense, he would not dare to do so. Whoosh! 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 Jiang Xi performed short-distance teleportation at a high frequency, approaching the direction of the Supreme Treasure's reaction. It must be the other parts of the sixfold mountain. I didn't expect to sense it in the Chaos Sea. The last time the 2 sixfold mountains recombined, it became a 5th-grade Supreme Treasure. What about this time? However, I still have to be careful. I don't know if the missing parts are on other experts or hidden somewhere below. Jiang Xi did not dare to relax for even a moment, and his mind was on high alert. Soon, he reached a depth of 100 million light-years in the flowing Gold River. Jiang Xi stopped. His spiritual sense detected a slight aura fluctuation, but he could not determine whether it was the Supreme Treasure's aura or an expert's aura. However, the six-fold mountain armor trembled even more intensely. It's even deeper. Jiang Xi frowned. Only universe realm Tao Lords and heavenly venerables could venture into the depths of the flowing gold river from 100 million light-years to 200 million light-years. Be vigilant. Whether it's on other experts or hidden somewhere, be careful. If there's any danger, teleport away immediately. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. He was not blinded by the temptation of the Supreme Treasure. In terms of life-saving ability, he had the heaven-connecting tower. Even if there was danger, he was confident that he could escape. However, the prerequisite was that he had to be calm enough. Swoosh. 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 In this area, Jiang Xi did not dare to teleport anymore. He followed the attraction between the Supreme Treasures and flew. The direction was very clear. Soon, 10 days had passed. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense finally found the source of the aura. In other words, he was only 1,000 light-years away from that place. However, what puzzled him was that there seemed to be something blocking his spiritual sense, and he could not detect the specific situation. The aura of the Supreme Treasure coming from there has reached the level of a 5th-grade Supreme Treasure. Jiang Xi did not continue down. He was hesitating. The six-fold mountain he had was only a 5th-grade Supreme Treasure. However, at this moment, from 1,000 light-years away, he sensed that the incomplete part of the Supreme Treasure was already a 5th-grade Supreme Treasure. This discovery was indeed a pleasant surprise, but at the same time, he also felt a dangerous aura. I can basically confirm that the incomplete part of the Supreme Treasure is not on other experts. Otherwise, they would have taken the initiative to confront me. It can only be hidden in a dangerous area below. However, the surrounding dangers must not be underestimated. After some consideration, Jiang Xi decided to continue exploring. His confidence came from two aspects. First, the heaven-connecting tower was a special Supreme Treasure. He was confident that he could escape even if there was danger at the heavenly venerable level. Secondly, his defense was very strong. The six-fold mountain armor was a Tier 5 Supreme Treasure, and his body's toughness was comparable to a Tier 4 Supreme Treasure. With these two attributes combined, his defense was even comparable to a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure. Of course, there was another reason. His current cultivation level was only a 5th-grade True Lord. In terms of recovery speed and price, it was far lower than those Tao Lords who were similar in strength to him. A Tao Lord's rapid recovery required the consumption of imperishable substances. However, he only needed healing immortal medicines. Next, Jiang Xi carefully flew down for another 10 days and finally arrived at his destination. He saw a cave with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. It's actually the aura of a 6th-grade Supreme Treasure. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and became calmer. He had indeed encountered many dangers along the way. Many times, he was attracted by the sudden appearance of flowing water whirlpools. However, with his strong defense and recovery ability, he survived. Therefore, his strength was still at peak condition. The source of the aura is in the depths of the cave, but my spiritual consciousness still can't detect the specific situation inside. I have to use the heaven-connecting tower now. There are not many experts wandering in this area, so the possibility of being discovered is very small. Whoosh, a simple and unadorned 9-story pagoda appeared in the golden river water. Riverward, on the other hand, disappeared, having already entered the inner space of the heavenly reaching tower. Splash! An undercurrent of the river that could kill an Aeon Realm Tao Lord crashed into the heaven-connecting tower. However, this 9-story tower that didn't emit any aura remained unmoved, as if it hadn't been hit at all. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. Jiang Xi felt as if he had entered a safe house. The sense of danger in his heart lessened greatly, but he still maintained his vigilance. He controlled the heaven-connecting tower and flew into the depths of the cave. Moments later, Jiang Xi finally saw the source of the supreme treasure's aura. It was a spatial crack about 10,000 kilometers wide and 100,000 kilometers long. White rays of light constantly escaped from within. At this moment, the six-fold mountain armor on his body trembled even more violently. There were even blurry phantoms that appeared, as if conveying an extreme desire. It's actually a special space. I don't know why, but a crack has been torn open in this space. Moreover, under the scouring of the Golden River, the exposed layer of the barrier has become very weak. That's why the Supreme Treasure's aura can be emitted. Jiang Xi quickly analyzed the general situation behind it. Let's give it a try first. Even if there was a heaven-connecting tower, Jiang Xi did not rashly barge in. He controlled the heaven-connecting tower and approached the spatial crack, carefully sensing the strength of the barrier. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense still could not penetrate it. Then, Jiang Xi took out a Grade 1 Supreme Treasure armor. After a simple refinement with his spiritual sense, he threw it into the spatial crack. The supreme treasure passed through the barrier and entered the special space inside the barrier. Poof! In the next moment, he clearly sensed through his spiritual sense that the Grade 1 Supreme Treasure armor had been completely shattered. It's at least at the level of an Ian Dao Lord. Jiang Xi's expression froze. Only experts at the level of an Ian Dao Lord or above could destroy a Grade 1 Supreme Treasure with a single blow. However, this was just a conservative estimate. In reality, the danger behind the barrier was even greater. Let's try again. At this juncture, Jiang Xi did not care about the Supreme Treasure at all. He took out another Grade 2 Supreme Treasure. After a simple refinement, he threw it into the spatial crack. Poof! The Grade 2 Supreme Treasure was also completely shattered, but it lasted a little longer, a millionth of a second. This was already at the level of a Universe Dao Lord. Let's try again. This time, it was a Grade 3 Supreme Treasure, but it still shattered. However, it lasted a millionth of a second. It's already at the level of a Heavenly Venerable. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. He could clearly sense all of this through his spiritual sense in the space of Sky Piercer Tower. He had obtained those 3 supreme treasures in the ancient immortal world. At that time, he had disposed of most of the spoils of war, leaving only these 3 supreme treasures. He had originally planned to leave them for the Earth lineage as a foundation, but now they came in handy. Is it worth it? Jiang Xi was weighing the pros and cons. He had only saved these 3 supreme treasures. If he continued to try, it would be a supreme treasure that he could use. The functions of Green Bird Palace and Sky Piercer Tower overlap. If I lose it, so be it. Jiang Xi gritted his teeth and took out the Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure, Green Bird Palace. The supreme treasure aura emanating from the spatial crack was already at the level of a Grade 6 Supreme Treasure. If he succeeded this time, the gains would undoubtedly be huge. I killed 4 desolate level Dao Lords and nearly 5,000 perfected Lords in exchange for this Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure. I have to succeed. Jiang Xi still felt a little pained. The value of a Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure was comparable to that of a Grade 5 Supreme Treasure. Then, he shook his head and decisively threw the Green Bird Palace, which he had never used before, into the spatial crack. He entered the special space through that layer of barrier. It works. After a millionth of a second, the Green Bird Palace was not instantly destroyed like the previous 3 supreme treasures. However, after a tenth of a second, he could no longer sense the existence of the Green Bird Palace. A Grade 4 Supreme Treasure can only last for 0.1 seconds. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn. What kind of danger was hidden inside? He stood there and thought for a long time. The sturdiness of the Heaven Span Pavilion far surpasses that of a 4th grade treasure. You can use it to enter this special space. Using this supreme treasure, I can at least last for 0.1 seconds. That's enough time for me to escape. After considering many possibilities, Jiang Xi decided to enter the special space himself. Pop! Sky Piercer Tower easily passed through the barrier in the spatial crack and truly entered the special space. Given riverward strength, his spiritual sense was able to detect everything in the space in an instant. This space was barren, as if it had been forgotten for countless eras. Buzz, endless spatial wind blades, under the effect of a terrifying suction force, swept through this space wantonly like a storm with the power to destroy the world. With just a glance, a storm formed by spatial wind blades had already swept dozens of light years away. It was obvious that the Green Bird Palace and the other 3 treasures had been destroyed by this storm. However, these spatial wind blades and the suction force were not the real danger. The source was the huge spatial vortex in the middle of the space. How big was it? Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness clearly detected that the diameter of this spatial vortex was a full light year. He had never seen such a huge spatial vortex. Even if the entire solar system was filled in, it would not be able to block this huge spatial vortex. At this moment, facing the terrifying suction force, even Sky Piercer Tower could not withstand it. It trembled violently and was sucked in by the suction force. Not good. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Hold on. Big, big, big. As Sky Piercer Tower was being sucked in, it was also rapidly expanding. Its size and weight were increasing. Quick! Jiang Xi controlled Sky Piercer Tower. In an instant, this 9-story tower became 9 light years tall. It was like a real Sky Piercer Tower, sitting on the ground of this space. The top of the tower almost reached the spatial barrier above. In the end, Sky Piercer Tower resisted the terrifying suction force and no longer continued to approach the spatial vortex. The distance between the 2 sides was only 3 light years. Phew, the powerful Sky Piercer Tower indeed did not disappoint me. Jiang Xi let out a long breath. Although he was in Sky Piercer Tower's space and did not suffer any harm, once he entered this unknown and huge spatial vortex, who knew what kind of danger would there be? In the Chaos Sea, the most taboo thing was to enter an unknown spatial vortex, because no one knew where they would be sent to. The unknown was always the most terrifying. But the damaged part of the supreme treasure that attracted the 6-fold mountain is not here. Jiang Xi's expression did not look too good. He had lost Green Bird Palace and gained nothing in the end. He had almost lost himself. This special space was empty. Apart from the spatial vortex, he did not see any supreme treasures. However, the 6-fold mountain armor was still trembling violently, and the trembling was even more intense than when he entered. The source of the aura is actually coming from the spatial vortex. At this moment, Jiang Xi really did not know whether to be pleasantly surprised or to laugh bitterly. Just the aura coming from the spatial vortex was already at the level of a stage 6 supreme treasure. Then what if he passed through the spatial vortex and reached the other end? How powerful would this aura be? What level would the damaged part that attracted the 6-fold mountain be? Stage 7. Jiang Xi shook his head. Definitely more than that. But no matter what, he would not choose to enter this spatial vortex. Just the spatial wind blades and the suction force it emits can destroy a stage 4 supreme treasure instantly. Even if a heavenly venerable came, he would probably not be able to withstand the dangers inside the vortex, right? Although supreme treasures were important, one's life was more important. At the same time, Jiang Xi had another doubt. The spatial vortex was like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. However, this spatial vortex in front of him was so powerful. Why was this special space that contained it not swallowed? Could this be a special space formed naturally in the Chaos Sea? Jiang Xi could not think of a definite answer. I'll remember this location. When I'm strong enough in the future, perhaps I can come and explore. Although he had lost Green Bird Palace, it was not like he did not gain anything this time. He obtained information about a Stage 7 Supreme Treasure. A Stage 6 Supreme Treasure was already incomparably precious. A Stage 7 Supreme Treasure's value was even higher. Even heavenly venerable powerhouses did not have many who could possess such a legendary Supreme Treasure. Chapter 594. In the waters of the Gold Flow River, every giant stone pillar extended from the bottom of the river at an unknown depth of light years. Just their diameters were measured in light years and were incomparably majestic. The stone pillars were covered with canyon-like depressions and a large number of caves. Even a Tao Lord would have to spend an enormous amount of time in order to carefully investigate the holes and caverns of a stone pillar. Therefore, everyone basically used their spiritual senses to investigate. If they discovered something abnormal, they would focus on investigating carefully. When Jiang Xi first entered the special space, he was about 5,000 light-years away from him. Tao Lord Jia Fa of the Heavenly Feather Race had an excited expression on his face. He was following a giant stone pillar and investigating deeper into the Gold Flow River. All these years, he had been exploring the area with coordinates 29867. It was not only to find the place where Tao Lord Blue Moon had fallen, but also to search for treasures for himself. Not long ago, he sensed the aura of a supreme treasure and found his way here. Tao Lord Jia Fa's spiritual senses could cover an area of 5,000 light-years. From his position, he just happened to be able to detect the cave with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. The aura of the supreme treasure is getting stronger and stronger. It's so strong even though it's 5,000 light-years away. A great opportunity. Tao Lord Jia Fa was extremely excited and kept diving down to search. Just like that, half a month passed and he finally arrived outside the cave. At this moment, the Supreme Treasure's aura had already reached the level of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure. Could it be that Tao Lord Blue Moon died here? That's possible. Tao Lord Jia Fa suddenly stopped and broke out in a cold sweat. At this depth of the Gold Flow River, dangerous places that could instantly kill an Aeon Realm Tao Lord was simply too common. Since this cave contained a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure, the danger inside was definitely not small. It would not be surprising if there was danger that could kill a Universe Realm Tao Lord. I was almost possessed. If this is really where Tao Lord Blue Moon died, I'll die if I go in. Although supreme treasures were important, one had to be alive first. Report to the race. Tao Lord Jia Fa was very decisive. Greed was the nature of any sentient being. The difference was whether one could control the greed in one's heart. Tao Lord Jaffa had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless epochs and experienced countless dangers. He was an expert who could control his greed. A clue to a 6th-tier Supreme Treasure. I'll be rewarded for reporting it. Together with my own savings, it's enough to exchange for a 5th-tier Supreme Treasure. Soon, Jia Fa Tao Monarch received news that the 6th Sacred Master of his race had left his miniature universe and was rushing toward him. The 6th Sacred Master will need 5 days to get here. However, there are still experts from many factions roaming this area. Tao Lord Jia Fa frowned as he thought to himself. Tao Lord Quan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su aren't too far away. Just in case, let's call them over as well. After doing this, Tao Lord Jaffa stood guard at the entrance to the cave. Inside the special space, endless spatial wind blades and the auras of precious treasures poured out of the enormous spatial vortex. According to the ranks of supreme treasures, the 6-fold mountain in my body is actually an incomplete supreme treasure. The true treasure on the other side of the spatial vortex is the true body of the true treasure. Jiang Xi hid in the space of Sky Tower, deep in thought. Although he was very tempted, he restrained the desire in his heart very well. I'd better leave this place first and come back later. Jiang Xi shook his head. Next, when he was about to leave, he ran into a little trouble. The power of the spatial vortex was too terrifying. He had to expand Sky Tower to 9 light-years tall to resist the suction force. Now, it wasn't so easy to leave the space. Let's move slowly. Jiang Xi was very patient. He steered the 9 light-year tall Sky Tower, withstanding the endless spatial wind blades and suction force, and slowly flew toward the spatial rift. Under the effect of the suction force, he crossed the distance in less than 1/10,000th of a second. In the end, he used half a month to return to the spatial rift. I have to pass through the enchantment quickly. Jiang Xi was highly focused. Who? Sky Tower shrunk countless times in an instant, becoming an ordinary 9-story tower. Let's go. Jiang Xi's reaction was very fast. In less than 1/1,000,000th of a second, he controlled Sky Tower, passed through the enchantment, and successfully left the special space that was close. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he immediately became alert again. He sensed the aura fluctuations of other experts. Boom! Almost at the same time, a heaven-like world projection descended. It combined with the space-time control to form an extremely powerful space-time domain that covered an area of hundreds of light-years. Outside the cave, Tao Lord Jia Fa laughed. Ha, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I didn't deliberately look for you. You were the one who wanted to die and bumped into me. You didn't want to live, but you chose to die. You can't blame anyone. This was really a pleasant surprise. He had been worried that the 6th Sacred Lord would need 5 days to arrive. What if the experts of other forces discovered this cave during this period? Therefore, he specially contacted Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su, who were not far away. However, Tao Lord Jia Fa didn't expect that he would only wait for half a day. Before the 2 experts of the same race arrived, Tao Lord Mountain Sea arrived first. Moreover, Tao Lord Mountain Sea happened to appear in the depths of the cave. After half a day of investigation, he already knew that there was something strange about this cave that could block spiritual senses. Clearly, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord had entered the cave before him. However, the aura of the supreme treasure did not disappear. This meant that Tao Lord Mountain Sea did not obtain the supreme treasure in the cave. He's a new Tao Lord of the human race, but he can enter and exit the depths of the cave freely. This means that there's no danger inside at all. I worried too much before. In that case, after I kill him, I'll go deeper to explore. Let's see how you escape this time. Tao Lord Jia Fa was full of smiles. Previously, the 9th Sacred Lord had speculated that Tao Lord Mountain Sea might have a special 6th-grade supreme treasure that could control space-time. However, its offensive methods were too weak. In recent years, he had been collecting information about Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The evaluations of the various forces on Tao Lord Mountain Sea also confirmed this speculation. Even if your space-time domain is more powerful than mine, you can't escape at all in this cave. Since your offensive methods are not good, then die. Your supreme treasure will become the cornerstone of my path to becoming a heavenly venerate. Tao Lord Jia Fa's face was full of excitement as he flew into the depths of the cave with the giant red sword. Oh no! In the depths of the cave, Jiang Xi had just passed through the spatial rift when he entered the unique spacetime of the heavenly feather race. His spiritual senses had already detected the traces of the enemy. This is troublesome. Jiang Xi frowned. He had only obtained a clue to a legendary supreme treasure after such a huge loss. How could it be discovered so easily? The Golden River was so big. How could he have bumped into it? His luck was too bad. He shook his head again. It was better to think about how to deal with his opponent first. Break! Jiang Xi shouted. The extremely real Mountain Sea spacetime instantly descended. Crack! Dense and terrifying cracks appeared in the spacetime of the Kingdom of Heaven and began to collapse. However, Tao Lord Jia Fa did not care. He took advantage of this opportunity to pounce in front of Jiang Xi. There's no choice. I can only fight. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The heaven-connecting tower transformed into a long shuttle and appeared in his hand. Then, like a sword, it stabbed out. Although this special supreme treasure could only unleash the power of the 42nd level, the supreme treasure itself was extremely sturdy. Even the spatial wind blades in the special space could not shake the heaven-connecting tower, let alone an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. At the same time, Jiang Xi also used the 5 elements sword technique of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Kill. The tip of the heaven-connecting tower, which was glowing with 5-colored sword light, stabbed towards Tao Lord Jia Fa. This stab was extremely fast. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the void and countless vortexes appeared in the golden river water. As for Tao Lord Jia Fa, he was brandishing the giant red sword. Like before, he gave up on defense and attacked with all his might. Therefore, this stab pierced Tao Lord Jia without any obstruction. Pfft! Ah! Tao Lord Jia Fa howled miserably as his body trembled violently. His aura instantly weakened and his imperishable substance rapidly decreased. In just an instant, 50% of his imperishable substance was lost. How is that possible? Who said that his offensive methods are useless? Tao Lord Jia Fa was confused. One strike took away half of his life. He was wearing a grade 5 defensive supreme treasure. Why didn't it have any defensive effect? Supreme treasure. The long shuttle in his hand is definitely a grade 6 offensive supreme treasure. Tao Lord Jia Fa's face was pale with fear. Since you're here, don't leave. Jiang Xi was wearing black armor with golden patterns. His aura was majestic like a god of war. He held the long shuttle formed by the heaven-connecting tower and swung it like a rod or a sword. If the EXP panel was his greatest trump card for cultivation, then the heaven-connecting tower was his greatest trump card for combat. When he came out of the special space earlier, Tao Lord Jia Fa had already seen the heaven-connecting tower. Naturally, there was no need to hide it. Bang! This time, Tao Lord Jia Fa was prepared and raised the giant red sword to block. However, the power of the heaven-connecting tower was too strong and unstoppable, sending him flying. The powerful power caused his aura to drop by another 10%. Run! Tao Lord Jia Fa was anxious. However, this cave was covered by the space-time domain and could not teleport. How fast could he fly? Soon, the long shuttle tore through the void and swept over with a 5-colored sword beam. Tao Lord Jia Fa began to despair. He did not expect the situation to change so quickly. A second ago, he was still extremely confident and thought that Tao Lord Mountain Sea was in the bag. Now, he had become the target of pursuit. Clang! Tao Lord Jia Fa's grade 5 supreme treasure sword collided with the heaven-connecting tower once more. The terrifying power generated swept across an area of several light years, forming a terrifying undercurrent. At the same time, the aura of the universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather race dropped by another 10%. Human, are you prepared to offend the Heavenly Feather race? Tao Lord Jia Fa hollered. You're about to die and you still dare to say such threatening words. Jiang Xi sneered. Spare my life and you'll be a friend of the Heavenly Feather race from now on. Tao Lord Jia Fa was truly anxious. Sorry, you're not worthy. Jiang Xi swung the long shuttle formed by the heaven-connecting tower and smashed it out again. Bang! Tao Lord Jia Fa was sent flying once more and his aura dropped once more. At most, he would die 3 more times. Kuan Yu, Fang Su, hurry and save me. Tao Lord Jia Fa suddenly shouted. At the same time, 2 more heavenly spacetime domains descended and overlapped with Tao Lord Jia Fa's spacetime domain. Buzz! The 3 heavenly spacetime domains overlapped and became even stronger. They were even stronger than the space-time domains of ordinary universe realm Tao Lords. Initially, Jiang Xi had the upper hand in the space-time domain. But now, he was at a disadvantage. 5,000 light-years away from the cave, Tao Lord Quan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su had terrible expressions and were in disbelief. Like Tao Lord Jia Fa, they were both universe realm Tao Lords and their actual combat strength was similar, they were both barely at the universe realm. However, at that moment, they could not believe that Tao Lord Jia Fa was being hunted down by a human Tao Lord and could not fight back at all. And this human Tao Lord was none other than Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who had just gained some fame not long ago. How is that possible? Didn't they say that Tao Lord Mountain Sea's offensive methods are weak? Tao Lord Quan Yu was bewildered. Don't worry about that. Saving Jia Fa is more important. Tao Lord Fang Su said in a deep voice. Then, the two of them ignored the danger and teleported 5,000 light-years away to the cave. At the same time, Tao Lord Jia Fa's aura was less than 20% and he was about to die. Jiang Xi was about to attack again mercilessly. Human, you dare to kill him. Tao Lord Quan Yu shouted angrily. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, if you kill him, my heavenly feather race will definitely destroy all the experts of the human race in the fourth universe. Tao Lord Fang Su also threatened loudly. Humph. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with killing intent. A threat? He would not fall for it. Kill! He shouted loudly. The long shuttle was like a sword, carrying endless might as it fiercely pierced out. Chi! Tao Lord Jia Fa, who was already no match for Jiang Xi, was even more helpless after his aura dropped to less than 20% and was instantly pierced. Ah! This heavenly feather race expert, whose combat strength had barely reached the level of a universe Tao Lord, howled in grief and indignation and was directly annihilated. You killed an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. Eternal Experience +6, the notification on the experience panel sounded. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. He had been in Chaos Sea for decades, and he had finally opened his shop. Killing an Aeon Realm Tao Lord was equivalent to killing 6 desolate-level Tao Lords. And the spoils of war. After Tao Lord Jia Fa died, the few supreme treasures floating on the spot, including the armor and the scarlet sword, were all 5th-stage supreme treasures. They were also great gains. With a wave of his hand, Riverward collected these few supreme treasures into his pouch. Human. You're courting death. Tao Lord Quan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su were furious. Kill and steal. To the heavenly feather race, they were the only ones who killed and stole in Chaos Sea. No faction had ever dared to do this to them. Even the 2 Holy Land universes had to be polite when they saw them. Now, this small human Tao Lord from the 4th universe had actually killed a top Aeon Realm Tao Lord of their heavenly feather race right in front of them. Tao Lord Quan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su were furious. This Mountain Sea Tao Lord deserved to be killed. The humans of the 4th universe should be destroyed. Tao Lord Quan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su each struck out with their palms. 2 huge black palm prints did not give Jiang Xi any room to dodge. The palm prints were extremely powerful, barely reaching the level of a universe Tao Lord. However, Jiang Xi had no intention of defending at all. He directly used his body to receive the palm. Boom! 2 huge black palm prints landed on Jiang Xi's body. Energy exploded, creating a terrifying whirlpool and undercurrent in the Golden River water. Even an ordinary Aeon Realm Tao Lord will be severely injured under these 2 palms. Tao Lord Quan Yu said coldly. But at this moment, whoosh! Jiang Xi's figure passed through the energy erupting from the palm prints and attacked them directly. With a level 5 defensive treasure and his own level 4 body, he was not afraid of this level of attack at all. The long shuttle formed by Heaven Connecting Tower instantly arrived in front of Tao Lord Quan Yu with a terrifying might. Chi! The tip of the tower pierced Tao Lord Quan Yu. His defensive treasure was inferior to Dao Lord Jia Fei's, so his aura instantly weakened by 70%. What? Dao Lord Quan Yu panicked. Run, run! He screamed in a shrill voice. Not far away, Dao Lord Fang Su turned around and wanted to escape without thinking. They did not see the scene of riverward crushing Dao Lord Jia Fa. Escape? Can you escape? Jiang Xi sneered. With a flash, he appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Let's fight to the death. Dao Lord Fang Su's expression was extremely solemn. Because they were in the space-time domain, they could not teleport. Moreover, after Dao Lord Jia Fa died, only their space-time domain overlapped, so its power was greatly reduced. Now that they were at a disadvantage in the fight for the space-time domain, their speed was naturally much lower. Dao Lord Quan Yu laughed bitterly. Unlike Dao Lord Fang Su, he did not have a clone. Like Dao Lord Jia Fa, if he died this time, he would truly die. Among the three of them, only Dao Lord Fang Su had a clone. Boom! The battle erupted once more, but the situation was one-sided. Jiang Xi crushed the two Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race completely. His defense was strong to begin with, but his offensive methods were weaker. Now that he had released Heaven Connecting Tower, he made up for his lack of offense. A moment later. Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Dao Lord Quan Yu roared in grief and indignation before turning into ashes with a poof. The remaining Dao Lord Fang Su had a grim expression and was about to die as well. There was less than 40% of the imperishable substance in his body. With Jiang Xi blocking the entrance of the cave, there was no way he could escape. I noticed that you were very careful when you attacked, worried that the aftershocks of the battle would hit the spatial rift. Are you afraid? Or are you worried about destroying what's behind the spatial rift? Dao Lord Fang Su suddenly asked. Jiang Xi's expression darkened as he raised his shuttle and swept it out. However, he was still a step too late. The focus of his attacks earlier on was all on Dao Lord Quan Yu. It would definitely take time for him to turn to Dao Lord Fang Su. You're indeed very strong. I wonder if you can withstand my self-destruction. Dao Lord Fang Su laughed. As he laughed, his body expanded instantly. Under the high-speed circulation of the violent energy, its power increased by hundreds and thousands of times. Boom! 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 The self-destruction of an Aeon Realm Dao Lord was definitely comparable to the combined attack of 100 Aeon Realm Dao Lords. The terrifying power caused the cave to collapse and terrifying abyssal rifts exploded in the void. Crack! 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 It even shook the gigantic stone pillar that had stood for countless epochs. Jiang Xi reacted quickly and retracted his spacetime domain immediately, wanting to teleport away. However, the power of an Aeon Realm Dao Lord's self-destruction was too great. The spatial rift in the depths of the cave was torn apart in an instant. The weak barrier turned into spatial turbulence and was swept away by the Golden River water. The enormous spatial vortex was also visible in the Gold Flow River. A powerful gravitational force that could devour a celestial venerable instantly spread out. The endless river water was devoured. Splash! The gigantic stone pillar where the cave was located broke in the middle, stirring up one vortex after another. The spatial vortex with a diameter of 1 light-year was like a huge mouth that could devour everything. It attracted all tangible and even intangible objects, turning them into a raging torrent. Jiang Xi wanted to curse. He was in this torrent, and the void was in chaos. There was no chance for him to teleport. He only had time to enter Heaven Connecting Tower. Then, almost at the moment when the spatial vortex appeared, it was swallowed up. The Heavenly Feather race was the strongest peak race in the first universe and also the third largest faction in the Chaos Sea, second only to the two Holy Land universes. However, at this moment, this powerful race was in chaos, which was rare. This was because in a short 3 minutes, they had lost 2 top Aeon Realm Tao Lords. Including Tao Lord Blue Sea who had perished a few decades ago, they had lost a total of 3 top-tier Aeon Tao Lords in the past 100 years. In the miniature universe of the first sacred master, the upper echelons of the heavenly feather race gathered in a temple through their avatars. Fang Su, what's going on? Weren't the 3 of you together? Why did Jia Fa and Quan Yu die one after another? What danger did you encounter? The Tao Lords asked anxiously. Tao Lord Fang Su laughed bitterly. Everyone, actually, my true body died just now. The Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race looked at each other. This meant that 4 Aeon Realm Tao Lords had died. Moreover, these 4 Aeon Realm Tao Lords had barely reached the Universe Realm Tao Lord level. Even if they encountered a celestial venerable, they had a chance of escaping. Now, they had died one after another. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the heavenly feather race. Fang Su, explain the situation. The first sacred master's voice rang out from the skies. Tao Lord Fang Su bowed. First sacred master, all of this was done by Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race of the 4th universe. The cave that Jia Fa reported did indeed have the aura of a 6th-tier true treasure. He recounted everything that had happened in the cave. Instantly, the temple was in an uproar. The upper echelons of the heavenly feather race were all shocked beyond belief. As for the 6th-tier true treasure, it was no longer important. A newly ascended Tao Lord of the 4th universe had actually killed 3 Aeon Realm Tao Lords of their race. This was what infuriated them the most. A puny human from the 4th universe dares to disrespect the heavenly feather race. How audacious! Even that half-step celestial venerable Tao Lord 9 Clouds wouldn't dare to kill a Tao Lord of our race. Dear sacred masters, issue a bounty to kill all the humans of the 4th universe of the primal chaos sea. How can we allow such a weak power to act so impudently in the name of the heavenly feather race? Kill all their Tao Lords, kill Venerable Ming, and avenge Jia Fa and the others. Also, tell the other powers of the primal chaos sea that the heavenly feather race is inviolable. Finally, the first sacred master spoke. I order all the powers of the primal chaos sea to issue a bounty. Kill a desolate level Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with a 4th-tier true treasure. Kill a flood-level Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 10 4th-tier true treasures. Kill an Aeon Realm Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 1 5th-tier true treasure. Kill a Universe Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 10 5th-tier true treasures. Also, kill a Mountain Sea Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 1 6th-tier true treasure. This bounty was like a declaration of war that quickly spread to nearly 100 forces in the primal chaos sea. All the forces knew that the heavenly feather race was about to establish their might. Ever since the heavenly feather race became the 3rd power of the primal chaos sea, no weak force had dared to offend them like this. The name of Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea officially spread throughout the primal chaos sea. He came from a weak force, but he actually dared to kill 3 top Aeon Realm Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race. He was dead meat. This was the evaluation of Jiang Ci by many forces in the primal chaos sea. Chapter 595. After the meeting of the upper echelons of the heavenly feather race, the first sacred lord summoned Tao Lord Fengshu's clone alone. As a heavenly venerable, the first sacred lord of the heavenly feather race had 6 pairs of white wings. He had 1 more pair than the Tao Lord of the heavenly feather race. He looked at Tao Lord Fengshu kindly and asked, "You said that there was a spatial crack in the depths of the cave and that there might be a special space inside?" "Yes, the aura of a 6th-stage supreme treasure came from there." Tao Lord Mountain Sea seemed to be worried that he might destroy the spatial crack. Tao Lord Fengshu said respectfully. "Do you remember what happened after you self-destructed?" the first sacred lord asked again. Tao Lord Fengxiu frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "At the moment my true body's spiritual sense collapsed, I seemed to see an incomparably huge spatial vortex appear from the shattered spatial rift. That spatial vortex had a diameter of at least 1 light year. I don't know what happened after that. By the way, Tao Lord Mountain Sea's shuttle was suspected to be a 6th-stage offensive supreme treasure." The first sacred lord's eyes flashed. He nodded slightly and said, "No matter what, your main body died because of the race's mission. Later, go to the race and get a set of 5th-stage supreme treasures." "Ah. Thank you, First Sacred Lord." Tao Lord Fengxiu was pleasantly surprised. A set of 5th-stage supreme treasures included an offensive supreme treasure, an armor supreme treasure, an essence soul supreme treasure, and a flying supreme treasure. This way, even if his main body died, his strength didn't decrease. Instead, he became stronger. After Tao Lord Fengxiu left, the first sacred lord looked in the direction of the Chaos Sea and muttered to himself, "Such a huge spatial whirlpool in a special space. This is something that has never been seen before. It's worth paying attention to." Then, he ordered the 9th sacred lord to head to the Chaos Sea as well. This way, the Heavenly Feather Race's 6th sacred lord and 9th sacred lord, 2 heavenly venerables, moved out at the same time. They had 2 goals: to explore the unknown spatial whirlpool and to establish the might of the Heavenly Feather Race. At the same time, in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven in the 4th universe, Jiang Xi's clone was hiding in his own Grotto Heaven. When his main body fell into the huge spatial whirlpool, Jiang Xi was indeed very nervous. However, there was only one word to describe the current situation: helpless. Because their minds were connected, he was also aware of everything that had happened to the original body. Now, under the protection of the Heavenly Tower, his original body was being transported to an unknown place by the spatial vortex. The speed was extremely fast, crossing an unknown number of light years every second. With the Heavenly Tower here, it should be able to keep my main body safe. I'm just afraid that I might end up in some dangerous place and be unable to escape. That would be troublesome." Jiang Xi shook his head lightly. At this moment, he received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. "Jiang Xi, the Heavenly Feather Race has issued a bounty to the experts of the human race in the 4th universe. They even specifically listed you." "What happened?" The message also contained the details of the bounty. After Jiang Xi finished reading, his eyes turned cold. The Heavenly Feather Race was truly tyrannical. If they failed to snatch the treasure, they would be exterminated. This bounty order was equivalent to exterminating the human race. If the higher-ups of the human race died, then the other forces of the 4th universe would definitely join forces to exterminate the human race. Then, Jiang Xi explained the situation. "Master, I met Tao Lord Jia Fa of the Heavenly Feather Race just now. However, he did not mention that his main body had yet to escape. Although the upper echelons of the human race had internal competition, they were very united against outsiders. If everyone knew that his main body was still in danger, they would definitely think of ways to rescue him. At that time, it might implicate the other experts of the human race. He had already seen the danger of this spatial vortex. Even heavenly venerables could die if they were swallowed in. I'll settle everything myself, Jiang Xi thought to himself. On the other side, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was silent for a long time after understanding the reason. At this moment, his main body and avatar were fighting in the Chaos Sea. This was an avatar he had left behind. It's only been 200 years since the battle in the ancient immortal world. Not long after entering the Chaos Sea, he killed 3 Aeon Realm Tao Lords who barely had the combat strength of a universe realm. This disciple of mine is becoming more and more unfathomable. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head with a complicated expression. Then, this avatar of his arrived in the bright universe of tomorrow's supremacy and appeared in front of a huge temple in the void, Senior Brother Ming. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shouted outside the temple. 9 Firmaments, why are you here? Tomorrow's Supremacy walked out of the temple in the form of a white-robed middle-aged man. The next moment, his mind stirred and he knew what had happened. Tomorrow's Supremacy said in surprise, "Your disciple." "Yes, I don't understand either." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and said with a serious expression, "I called you here mainly because of the bounty the Heavenly Feather Race issued. What do you think? Stop war with war." Tomorrow's Supremacy's aura suddenly erupted. "All right." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed, "I just heard that the two sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race moved out without hiding their whereabouts. Do you want me to cooperate with you?" "No need. I alone am enough." A dragon-patterned scepter appeared in Tomorrow's Supremacy's hand. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and did not insist, because Tomorrow's Supremacy had a rank 6 offensive treasure, the Chaotic Heaven's Scepter. 100 years ago, the Chaotic Heaven's immortal abode of the ancient immortal world had opened. Tomorrow's Supremacy had relied on an immortal abode token to fight his way to the end and obtained this Chaotic Heaven's Scepter. With a rank 6 offensive treasure in hand, Tomorrow's Supremacy's strength was even stronger than before. Jiang Xi hid in the space of sky-piercing tower and was swept to an unknown place by the huge spatial vortex. The suction force of this spatial vortex was too strong, and the distance it covered was unknown how many billions of light years. Therefore, it could not stop for a while. Endless spatial wind blades swept through the vortex channel, and the terrifying power was probably enough to annihilate even a heavenly venerable instantly. Fortunately, I have sky-piercing tower. Otherwise, my true body would have really fallen. Jiang Xi secretly rejoiced. Many of his methods were mostly used on his true body. If he died, his strength would probably fall directly to the lowest level of Tao Lords. Next, Jiang Xi allowed sky-piercing tower to be swept by the suction force and began to organize the gains of this battle. This time, the gains are not small. Just the rank 5 treasures alone, there are 4. Tao Lord Jia Fa and Tao Lord Quan Yu each had 2 rank 5 treasures, and Tao Lord Fang Su had self-destructed. Things happened too suddenly, and he did not even have the chance to take away Tao Lord Fang Su's treasures. What a pity. An Aeon Realm Tao Lord is 6 yuan of eternal experience points, and it's gone. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. All in all, the gains from this battle are still very big. In this battle, in addition to the treasures, he also obtained 12 yuan of eternal experience points. Of the 12 yuan of eternal experience points, 10 yuan has been converted into eternal fragments, and the remaining 2 yuan has been left to deduce Tao techniques. Next, Jiang Xi let his clone in the Grotto Heaven world begin to expand the Grotto Heaven world. He believed that after this expansion was completed, his strength would rise to another level. Without relying on sky-piercing tower, he would have cosmic combat power. Wait and see. The last time I fused with the 5 yuan eternal fragments, it took more than 100 years to complete the expansion. This time, it will definitely take longer. Jiang Xi thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Sky-piercing tower was still being brought to an unknown place by the spatial vortex. On this day, Jiang Xi suddenly realized that the suction force outside had begun to weaken. Am I finally coming to the other end of the spatial vortex? Jiang Xi took a deep breath and began to try to control sky-piercing tower to escape the suction force. On the other side, in the cave that had been destroyed by Tao Lord Fang Su's self-destruction, the sudden appearance of the huge spatial vortex had turned this place into a new dangerous place. The monstrous golden river water continued to pour into the spatial vortex. With the huge spatial vortex as the center, the area within a radius of hundreds of light years was covered by the suction force. The closer it was to the center, the stronger the suction force. At this moment, 100,000 light-years away from the spatial vortex, ripples appeared in the void, and 2 figures appeared at the same time. Each figure had 6 pairs of white wings, but their auras were very ordinary and did not have the slightest bit of power. However, if any Tao Lord in the Chaos Sea saw them, they would be able to recognize that they were the 6th and 9th sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan. Any expert who ventured into the Chaos Sea would be told that there were some terrifying existences that could not be provoked. The 9 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan were 9 heavenly venerables that could not be provoked. The 6th and 9th sacred lords stared in the direction of the spatial vortex. Given their strength, they could vaguely sense the terrifying aura there. In just a few short decades, our clan has lost 4 top-tier Aeon Realm Tao Lords, the 6th sacred lord said. 3 of them were killed by new human Tao Lords in the 4th universe. Some of the powers in the Chaos Sea have already begun to mock our Heavenly Feather clan. This time, the 2 of us will join forces and show those other races the might of the Heavenly Feather clan. That's right. The Heavenly Feather clan is the strongest clan in the 1st universe and the 3rd strongest power in the Chaos Sea. Even the 2 Holy Land universes do not dare to provoke us. That puny human from the 4th universe dares to provoke us. This time, we must annihilate them. The 9th sacred lord's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The 2 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan spoke in a domineering tone. This was because they were confident. The 2 Holy Land universes had transcendent statuses, and the experts that came from them rarely became enemies with other powers. Hence, strictly speaking, the Heavenly Feather clan was the strongest and most domineering clan in the Chaos Sea. This was because this clan was truly powerful. In terms of overall strength, the Heavenly Feather clan had many Tao Lords. Of course, compared to the 2 Holy Land universes, the Heavenly Feather clan's Tao Lords were slightly weaker. However, the Heavenly Feather clan had many celestial venerables, a total of 9. In this aspect, they were much stronger than the 2 Holy Land universes. This was because the 2 Holy Land universes were unable to produce new celestial venerables. The current celestial venerables had all survived from ancient eras, and their miniature universes had been destroyed long ago. Without their miniature universes, the celestial venerables would naturally be much weaker. This made the celestial venerables of the 2 Holy Land universes weaker than the Heavenly Feather clan. Naturally, they would be wary of them. The eternity is coming. This calamity will be the era of the Heavenly Feather clan. This time, we must show those other races that the might of the Heavenly Feather clan is not to be trifled with. The 6th Sacred Lord said. The 9th Sacred Lord nodded lightly. The humans of the 4th universe have jumped out at this time. This is the perfect time to establish our might and lay the foundation for the upcoming battle of eternity. Then he said softly, they only have one Ming Zun. Although he is strong and has 3 bodies, he doesn't even have a 6th-tier attack true treasure. He is no match for us at all. We have 9 celestial venerables and obtained the ancient inheritance from the ruins of myriad worlds. In the entire Chaos Sea, only celestial venerable purple firmament, who is eternally suppressed by the 4th universe, can suppress us. The other celestial venerables are nothing to be afraid of. This time, we will use that space whirlpool as bait. No matter how many celestial venerables are attracted, we must punish them severely. Especially that Ming Zun. If he comes, we will kill him directly. The 2 celestial venerables talked as they continuously teleported closer to the giant space whirlpool. To them, a distance of 1,000,000 light-years was just a matter of time. At the same time, in the void space 10 million light-years away from Gold Flow River, chaotic gray fog was churning. An enormous abyss was affecting the environment of this void space. This was a famous danger zone in Chaos Sea, 9 Extinction Abyss. Even universe-level Tao Lords didn't dare to set foot here. Boom! A golden staff shadow appeared out of thin air like a dragon swimming in the sky. Break! A gentle but powerful voice sounded in this void space. The light that shot into the sky caused the surrounding gray fog to disperse. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, shattering the void above 9 Extinction Abyss. In such a dangerous environment, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible to teleport. However, this staff shadow directly shattered the void space and brought a white figure with it. Its speed kept increasing, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. In less than a minute, it crossed the extremely dangerous 9 extinction abyss. Whoosh! Then, the white figure successfully teleported away from this area. After this teleportation, Ming-Zun looked at the Gold Flow River in the distance. Phew, I'm finally here. There were many dangerous places on the way from the 4th universe to the Gold Flow River. This journey would have taken half a month. However, Ming-Zun swept through all the dangerous places in an absolute manner. In the end, it only took him 5 days to complete the journey. The heavenly feather race of the 1st universe has reproduced for countless eras. In terms of the number and quality of strong beings, they are the top existence in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, their strong beings have a kind of arrogance in their bones. They are domineering and powerful, and they don't even care about the 2 Holy Land universes. This time, Jiang Xi embarrassed them, so he wants to take the opportunity to use the human race of the 4th universe to establish his dominance. Back then, when Heavenly Venerate Purple Sky was invincible in the Chaos Sea, no Heavenly Venerate dared to be presumptuous. Even the Heavenly Feather race had to obediently submit. This time, I'll imitate Heavenly Venerate Purple Sky. With the 6th stage True Treasure Cupid Sky Staff, my original body can finally display its strength. Heavenly Feather race, I hope you are a good opponent. Ming-Zun, who looked like a middle-aged man in white, hadn't stepped into the Chaos Sea for a long time. He had 1 original body and 2 clones. Usually, only the 2 clones wandered in the Chaos Sea. His original body rarely moved. Whoosh! Ming-Zun teleported again and directly entered the inner area of Gold Flow River, approaching the huge space whirlpool. In the past few days, the news of a new danger zone appearing in Gold Flow River had spread to almost 100 forces in the Chaos Sea. Moreover, the traces of the 2 holy masters of the Heavenly Feather race had also spread. All the forces knew that this was the intention of the Heavenly Feather race. Since they wanted to establish their dominance, they couldn't remain calm. Only by making it public and causing a huge commotion would they be able to attract more attention, and the effect of establishing their prestige would be better. Therefore, Ming-Zun didn't need to search at all. He could easily obtain the whereabouts of the 2 holy masters of the Heavenly Feather race. Hong! As the devouring force kept decreasing, Jiang Xi finally regained control of Sky Tower. Then, he drove Sky Tower and flew rapidly in the whirlpool tunnel. Finally, he passed through the other end of the space whirlpool and arrived at an unknown place. Jiang Xi hid in Sky Tower and was very safe. However, the scene in front of him made him very surprised. This was another special space. The area was huge, but the structure was very simple. There was a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island. There were no plants on it, only ancient palaces connected together. Putting the island aside, Jiang Xi felt that this lake was very strange. The mirror-like lake was divided into many densely packed areas. Every area was reflecting an image, just like a surveillance camera. Although the image wasn't big, it seemed to encompass the entire world and monitored the space within a radius of tens of thousands of light-years. When one's spiritual consciousness probed it, they could see the detailed surveillance scene. At the same time, above each area, there was a normal-sized space whirlpool. There were more than 100,000 of them. Jiang Xi came out from one of the space whirlpools. He looked at the surveillance area below the space whirlpool and probed with his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, he found that the surveillance area below was showing the place where he fought with the 3 Tao lords of the Heavenly Feather race. Through the surveillance image, he could clearly see that the huge space whirlpool was the center of that place and had turned into a new danger zone. Could it be that this space can monitor the entire Chaos Sea? Or could it be that through these space whirlpools, I can reach all places in the Chaos Sea? Looking at the surveillance areas and space whirlpools, Jiang Xi's heart was in turmoil. How powerful must a force be to be able to do this? Even the two Holy Lands couldn't do it, right? Such a great divine ability should be achieved through the space whirlpools above each surveillance image. The other end of the space whirlpools is probably in the depths of the three great danger zones. Just like the huge space whirlpool I passed through, it's hidden in a special space and is extremely dangerous. Even heavenly venerables don't dare to step into it. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and made these conjectures in his heart. He had relied on the heaven-reaching tower to escape this calamity. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to come to this mysterious surveillance space. Soon, after a careful examination, the images confirmed his guess. It was divided into many lakes, and the surveillance images displayed seemed to have existed since time immemorial. Many of the scenes in the images were familiar to him. For example, when he was rushing to Goldflow River from the fourth universe, some of the danger zones he passed through on the way were in these images. Of course, he didn't recognize most of them. The existence that built this huge surveillance system definitely doesn't belong to this era. This is a civilization that was once extremely powerful. Jiang Xi's shock couldn't be calmed down for a long time. The aura of the supreme treasure that attracted the sixth-level mountain came from that space whirlpool. Jiang Xi looked at one of the space whirlpools. Moreover, the aura of the supreme treasure coming from that space whirlpool had surpassed a sixth-stage supreme treasure and reached a seventh-stage supreme treasure. The corresponding surveillance image below also showed a special space. He didn't know where it was, or if it was one of the three great danger zones. Jiang Xi didn't rush into the space whirlpool. He planned to go to the island in the middle of the lake to explore first. Just then, a new situation appeared. Jiang Xi found that the corresponding surveillance image of the space whirlpool he came from had changed. A terrifying figure appeared 100 light-years away from the space whirlpool. It was more than 100,000 kilometers tall, like a flaming demon god, and its entire body was emitting monstrous lava flames. True Flame Demon Lord. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. This was a heavenly master from the second universe. He was very famous in the Chaos Sea and belonged to a special life form, somewhat similar to the fire spirit of the fourth universe. How did he find this place? Jiang Xi was puzzled. On second thought, he understood. The huge space whirlpool had a diameter of 1 light-year, and the power it emitted covered an area of more than 100 light-years. The Empyrean powerhouses wandering in the Goldflow River could sense the commotion there with just a slight sense. It's going to be interesting. Jiang Xi had the mentality of watching a good show. Through the monitoring screen, his spiritual sense could clearly observe what was happening there as if he was in the scene himself. Moreover, Jiang Xi wasn't worried that the other party would pass through the huge space whirlpool and come to this mysterious surveillance space. The power of the huge space whirlpool was too strong. The space wind blades emitted from the whirlpool channel could instantly annihilate a fourth-stage supreme treasure. Even a sixth-stage supreme treasure couldn't last long. To pass through the channel in the space whirlpool, it would take a total of 5 days. What kind of defense could withstand the endless space wind blades in the channel for 5 days? Unless the other party also had a special supreme treasure like the Sky Tower, the possibility of this was very slim. Even if the other party could come, it would still take 5 days. Therefore, Jiang Xi wasn't worried about his safety at all. In the surveillance image, True Flame Demon Lord frowned as he looked at the space whirlpool 100 light-years away. He muttered to himself, the aura of a sixth-stage supreme treasure. After hesitating for a moment, he began to approach the space whirlpool, slowly moving forward against the storm-like space wind blades. However, he stopped after moving forward for only 10 light-years. Scary. If I go any closer, I might be swallowed directly. True Flame Demon Lord shook his head. Boom. Boom. Another 2 figures appeared 100 light-years away from the space whirlpool. Each of them had 6 pairs of white wings and looked extremely holy. They were the 6th and 9th sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather clan. When they saw the huge space whirlpool, their eyes were filled with shock and surprise. This was because the aura of supreme treasures coming from the space whirlpool had already reached 6th stage supreme treasures. If they passed through the space whirlpool and reached the other end, what level of supreme treasures would it be? Chapter 596. In the inner region of the Gold Flow River, 100 million light-years deep. Another 10,000 light-years down. A huge spatial whirlpool had formed a new danger zone, emitting a terrifying aura. 100 light-years away from the spatial whirlpool, the 6th and 9th sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather race stood side by side, looking at Lord True Flame. The two sides were facing each other, and a battle was about to break out. The 6th Sacred Lord opened his mouth and said in a loud voice, "Lord True Flame, you have intruded into the treasured land of the Heavenly Feather race. You deserve to die." The treasured land of the Heavenly Feather race? Deserve to die? Lord True Flame's face turned cold. My race's Tao Lord discovered it first. Of course, it belongs to the Heavenly Feather race. The 9th Sacred Lord said loudly. "Ha! What a joke. Why don't you just announce that the entire Chaos Sea belongs to the Heavenly Feather race? Only then can you show off your dominance and power." Lord True Flame laughed angrily. Heavenly Venerables were extremely proud. Even if the Heavenly Feather race was extremely powerful, he couldn't tolerate it. Whatever you say is useless. The 6th Sacred Lord snorted coldly. Then, an incomparably realistic space-time domain descended. Numerous massive stars filled the sky, blotting out the sky and turning into streaks of light. The 9th Sacred Lord also used his spatial domain. Then, many giant swords attacked Lord True Flame. This area was already affected by the spatial whirlpool, so it was difficult to increase one's speed to the maximum. With the spatial domain of the 2 Sacred Lords, Lord True Flame couldn't escape at all. He could only fight. Roar! Lord True Flame, who was 100,000 kilometers tall, roared angrily. The spatial domain that was like a world of flames descended. Volcanoes spewing lava formed and clashed with the attacks of the 6th and 9th Sacred Lords. Boom! 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 Space-time exploded, and a terrifying aura swept across tens of thousands of light-years. A vacuum appeared in the golden waters of the Gold Flow River. As a heavenly venerate, Lord True Flame naturally wouldn't be subdued so easily. Even though he was being suppressed, he still fought fiercely. How terrifying! Jiang Xi's spiritual sense felt like he was there himself. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura of this battle. Just the shockwaves alone was enough to annihilate a desolate-level Tao Lord. At the same time, Jiang Xi also felt the power and tyranny of the Heavenly Feather race. "I'm afraid they want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Not only do they want to use the humans of the 4th universe to establish their might, but they also want to defeat or kill more Empyreans to intimidate the other forces in the Chaos Sea." In another part of the inner area of the Golden Flow River, Ming Tianzuan was holding the Armillary Heaven Staff as he broke through the void and advanced rapidly. What a powerful fluctuation! He was a little surprised. He had long sensed the aura emitted by the spatial vortex. However, he did not expect that a battle would break out so suddenly. It's Empyrean powerhouses fighting. It's just that I wonder who it is. Ming Tianzuan didn't rush over immediately. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, he didn't want to be so reckless. Then, he flew in the Golden River at a speed 100 times the speed of light, approaching the enormous space vortex. As for the battle over there, it was becoming more and more intense. Being able to become an Empyrean powerhouse, there was naturally not one who was simple. Although Demon Master Zhen Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to resist the combined attacks of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters with his huge body. Who is spying on us? Come out. The sixth Saint Master suddenly shouted, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. Have I been discovered? Riverward was startled. Through the monitoring screen of the mysterious space, his spiritual sense was able to clearly observe the situation of their battle as if he was there himself. However, he quickly realized that he hadn't been exposed. There was a new powerhouse on the way. The surveillance images in the lake were extremely powerful, and they were able to monitor the area around the spatial vortex for tens of thousands of light years. In the images, a white figure could be seen holding a long staff with a dragon engraved on it as he moved stealthily. After the sixth Saint Master shouted, "Boom!" a huge staff shadow broke through the heavens and earth, shattering the stars that the sixth Saint Master had formed. At the same time, a casual voice rang out. The sixth Saint Master lives up to his name. I've long heard that the 9 Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather clan are all very powerful. In terms of strength, the first Saint Master is ranked first, while you, the sixth Saint Master, are ranked second. I didn't think that you would be able to discover me even after I hid my tracks. Ming Zun, how dare you come here to die? The 9th Saint Master was filled with murderous intent. Good that he's here. It saves us the trouble of finding him. The 6th Saint Master laughed coldly. Compared to them, the true Flame Demon Master, who was in a sorry state, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Ming Zun, long time no see. At that moment, the 4 Heavenly Masters had gathered. The battle seemed to have become even more intense and unpredictable. Ming Zun. Jiang Xi, who was monitoring everything in the mysterious space, looked worried. He had already seen the combined strength of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather clan. They could completely suppress the true Flame Demon Master. If the true Flame Demon Master wasn't a special life form and didn't have a strong body, he would have been in danger of dying. This is troublesome. Why is Ming Zun here? He only has a level 6 primordial soul treasure. His offensive and defensive treasures are both level 5. Compared to the true Flame Demon Master, his defensive treasures are much weaker. Jiang Xi was very worried. Ming Zun was the pillar of the human race in the 4th universe. Now that Heavenly Master Purple Firmament was permanently suppressed by the 4th universe, if anything happened to Ming Zun, it would be a huge problem. At that moment, the 6th and 9th Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather clan were very happy. Although they had completely suppressed the true Flame Demon Master, it was still difficult for them to kill him. The newcomer, Ming Zun, was different. He would be easier to deal with because he only had a level 6 primordial soul treasure. He was weak in other aspects. If the Heavenly Feather clan wanted to establish their dominance, what could be better than killing a Heavenly Master? Ming Zun. How dare the human race in the 4th universe offend your superiors and go against the Heavenly Feather clan? You caused the death of 3 of our Aeon Realm Downlords. Your clan will be wiped out. The 6th Saint Master said directly. The white-robed middle-aged man, Ming Zun, looked even colder. Wipe out my clan. If you die, the human race in the 4th universe will have no one to rely on and will naturally be wiped out, the 9th Saint Master said softly. You should feel honored that we'll wipe out your clan so that we can intimidate the other powers. In the mysterious monitoring space, Jiang Xi heard these words clearly and sneered how domineering. Only the Heavenly Feather clan was allowed to kill him, but he was not allowed to kill them. Then, the battle erupted again. Although the 6th and 9th Saint Masters had turned their attacks to Ming Zun, they did not give up on suppressing the true Flame Demon Master. Heavenly Feather clan, you are too arrogant. The true Flame Demon Master was furious. Ming Zun, let's work together and kill these 2 bastards. Ming Zun did not say a word, but his aura suddenly changed. He changed from a gentle image to a crazy war god. His eyes shone with a shocking light as his violent aura shot into the sky. Kill! The level 6 primordial chaos staff seemed to have come alive. It turned into a divine dragon that soared into the sky and swept across the land. Rumble. The two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan moved as well. Within the space-time domains of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters, the large planets and giant swords that were rotating at high speed suddenly froze in the air. Suddenly, a special wave of energy was descending. A blurry light covered the space-time domains of the two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan. Bam! 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 The 6th Saint Master's stars shattered and emitted rays of 5-colored light. At the same time, the 9th Saint Master's giant swords quickly merged together. Descend! The two heavenly masters shouted at the same time. Amidst this huge commotion, the 5-colored brilliance circulated, and in an instant, it condensed into a light figure that looked like a woman. The woman's face was blurry. She was millions of kilometers tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings behind her back. She held a giant sword in her hands and looked extremely holy. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire land. It was as if she was some kind of supreme existence. Boom! 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 Be it the two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan, Ming Zun, or the true Flame Demon Master, their space-time domains instantly collapsed the moment the woman appeared. Even Jiang Xi, who was in the mysterious monitoring space, could feel the pressure that the woman was emitting because his spiritual consciousness was present. It was an indescribable pressure that surpassed that of a heavenly master. It surpassed the current level of life. Descend? Jiang Xi's expression was solemn. He was worried about Ming Zun. The two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan suddenly used the descend of the descend. Its power was beyond imagination. If they had used it earlier, the true Flame Demon Master wouldn't have lasted until now. That was indeed the case. The true Flame Demon Master had escaped immediately. He didn't have any fighting spirit left. Roar! The true Flame Demon Master's 100,000-kilometer-tall body desperately tried to escape under the terrifying pressure of the woman. However, the pressure was too strong. Even if the 4 Heavenly Masters' spacetime domains collapsed, he couldn't increase his flying speed, let alone teleport. Be careful, Ming Zun. This is probably the ancient inheritance that the Heavenly Feather clan obtained. The true Flame Demon Master said anxiously. Ming Zun held the armillary sky staff and stood in the golden river water. He didn't say a word. He didn't try to escape like the true Flame Demon Master. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. At this moment, the two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan were inside the woman's body. The 6th Sacred Master said softly, the last time the Heavenly Feather clan used the descend of the Heavenly Feather clan, it was when the 9 Heavenly Masters of the Heavenly Feather clan worked together to kill the strongest person in the 3rd universe, Heavenly Master Yuan Ming Zun. You should feel honored to be able to see the descend of the Heavenly Feather clan before you die. Descend and kill all enemies. The 9th Sacred Master said. The woman in the lights suddenly started singing softly. It was as if the heavenly music had descended upon this world. This magical music entered deep into one's primordial spirit and was intoxicating. Its power was so strong that even a heavenly master would find it hard to resist. The true Flame Demon Master stopped and stared blankly at the sacred woman in the light. Ming Zun also stared at the sacred being and didn't say a word. Jiang Xi, who was in the mysterious space, became anxious when he saw this scene. He was worried about Ming Zun. Although he could hear the music, he wasn't affected by its magical power. This was because his primordial spirit wasn't there. At this moment, the 6th Sacred Master chuckled and said, "Descend, please kill the enemy who dares to challenge the dignity of our clan." Previously, the 9 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan had used Descend of the Heavenly Feather clan and easily killed the strongest person in the third universe, Heavenly Master Yuan. Although it was only the 2 of them using it this time, their opponents were obviously weaker than Heavenly Master Yuan. This was enough. Buzz, 2 shocking beams of light suddenly condensed on the woman's blurry face. They pierced through the sky and shattered the void. One beam shot toward the true flame demon master and the other toward Mingzun. Roar! The true flame demon master, who was affected by the music, woke up at the critical moment. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out blazing lava that collided with the beams of light. Boom! Ah! The true flame demon master howled in pain. The beams of light easily destroyed the lava that he had condensed and hit his body. Instantly, half of his 100,000-kilometer-tall body exploded. On the other side, Mingzun raised his armillary staff and smashed it out. Bam! The beams of light hit the armillary staff. Mingzun was only sent flying by this terrifying power. The 6th sacred master, who had been smiling confidently, was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, "You actually managed to block the attack of a Descend. You are quite capable. However, you can only be lucky once. The next attack, you." Ha! Ming Tianzuan interrupted him and laughed out loud. His clear eyes were filled with raging flames and his desire to battle was overflowing. "I thought that your so-called Descend of a Descend was the real Descend of a Descend. It turns out that it is just a projection of a Descend. Since that is the case, you can all die." Mingzun's arrogant voice reverberated throughout the area. At the same time, the huge space whirlpool and the continuous waves of battle attracted another 3 heavenly venerables. They did not go near the battle area. Instead, they watched from afar. Originally, these 3 heavenly venerables were already shocked by the Descend of a Heavenly Feather tribe. However, when they heard Mingzun's arrogant voice, they were even more shocked. Mingzun is actually disregarding the 6th sacred master and the 9th sacred master. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mingzun was more powerful than he had imagined. At the very least, his life should not be in danger this time. On the other hand, the 6th sacred master and the 9th sacred master of the Heavenly Feather race were enraged by Mingzun's words. Arrogant, the 6th sacred master shouted angrily. The 9 heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather race have dominated the Chaos Sea for countless eras. There are very few who dare to be so arrogant in front of us. You are just a small human heavenly venerate from the 4th universe. How dare you speak so arrogantly? The 9th sacred master's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill him. The 6th sacred master waved his hand and pointed at Mingzun. The Heavenly Feather race sovereign light figure, who was 1,000,000 kilometers tall, stepped on the void and waved a giant sword that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. He slashed it at Mingzun. Crash! The void exploded. Terrifying waves of energy swept across the area. This attack was extremely terrifying. The true Flame Demon Lord was in despair. Although he was not the target of this attack, just the aftershocks were enough to annihilate him. This was because the light beam just now had already taken away half of his life. Roar! The true Flame Demon Lord roared in despair. At this moment, Mingzun, who was like a god of war, laughed maniacally. His body expanded by 100,000 times. 5th move. Mingzun shouted. Boom! 5 heavenly venerables appeared in the surrounding void. They were all holding dark heaven staffs. They swept across the heavens and earth. These 5 heavenly venerables were in 5 different directions. It was as if they had turned this area into Mingzun's world. Mingzun's true body was the core of this world. When this world was formed, the Heavenly Feather race sovereign light figure's terrifying aura covered this area. Cracking sounds could be heard as it collapsed. Kill! Ming Zun's eyes shone brightly as he waved his dark heaven staff. Whoosh! Instantly, the 5 similarly towering phantoms fused with him. The dark heaven staff turned into a giant staff shadow and smashed out. At this moment, the giant sword that the woman in the light figure had waved also landed. Boom! The void shattered, and the boundless chaotic gray fog gushed out from the crack in the abyss, mixing with the water of the golden river and setting off huge waves. A terrifying aura swept across tens of thousands of light-years like a tidal wave. This terrifying aura was so powerful that even a universe-realm Tao Lord would die. However, in this collision, Ming Zun's body, which had expanded by 100,000 times, only took 1 step back. As for the woman in the light figure with 12 pairs of 5-colored wings, she took 3 steps back. Unlike the earth-shattering battle just now, at this moment, with the huge space vortex as the center, the heaven and earth within 100 light-years radius suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The other 3 heavenly venerables who were watching from afar were completely stunned. Demon Lord True Flame, who had fallen into despair, was also stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. As for the 6th and 9th sacred lords, their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The heavenly feather race sovereign light figure they had summoned couldn't defeat a mere human heavenly venerate. The supreme treasure in your hand is a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. This is impossible. The 9th sacred lord was shocked and furious. When did this happen? A few days ago, the heavenly feather race had issued a bounty on the humans of the 4th universe. For this, they had specially gathered the latest information and found out that Ming Zun didn't have a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. But now, he had one. I just got it not long ago. You are very lucky to be my first opponent after I obtained the armillary staff. Ming Zun stood in the void. His white robes fluttered in the wind, but his aura was like that of a god of war. He was even more domineering than the heavenly feather race. Your sovereign's descent is nothing compared to my armillary staff. If this is all you have, then I have overestimated your heavenly feather race. Humph. The 6th sacred lord said in a low voice, the heavenly feather race's descent of the heavenly feather race came from an ancient inheritance in the Chaos Sea. Although only the 9th sacred lord and I are using it together, its power is definitely greater than that of most heavenly venerables. I'm afraid that your advantage isn't just because you have a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. Your mastery of the secret technique is also beyond my imagination. It seems like this is your true strength. Your 2 clones are far inferior to your true body. You are qualified to make the 9th sacred lord and I go all out. Ha! Ming Zun's laughter shook the void. Go all out? Then let me see how strong you are. 9th sacred lord, attack! The 6th sacred lord shouted. All right. Let's show Ming Zun the power of the heavenly feather race's descent of the heavenly feather race. The 9th sacred lord was filled with anger. At that moment, many heavenly venerables from various factions were secretly watching the battle from afar. This was a battle to establish the heavenly feather race's prestige. If they couldn't defeat Ming Zun even after joining forces, it would be a huge joke. The entire heavenly feather race would become the laughing stock of many factions in the Chaos Sea. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 streaks of flowing light flew out from the 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord and merged into the sovereign's light figure. Ka ka ka! The female sovereign's light figure quickly changed. Her body had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings and was covered by silver armor. There was also a crown on her head. The light figure in her hand was originally a huge sword, but it was now a real sacred sword. 3 6th grade treasures. Jiang Xiai, who was in the mysterious space, was shocked. The armor, crown, and sacred sword were the sixth sacred lord's defensive supreme treasure, the primordial spirit supreme treasure, and the ninth sacred lord's offensive supreme treasure. This way, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure's strength increased tremendously. The two heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race are really going all out. Jiang Xi was a little worried. Could Ming Zun still withstand their attacks? Indeed, the sixth sacred lord and the ninth sacred lord's expressions were extremely serious. This is the strongest state that we can reach when we join forces to unleash the sovereign's descent. I don't believe that you can still suppress us, the sixth sacred lord said coldly. At the same time, the fully armed female light figure waved her sacred sword and slashed down once again. In the distant space, Ming Zun was expressionless as he looked at the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure, whose aura was even more terrifying. Sixth move. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. There were originally 5 heavenly feather race's light figures, but now there was one more. This caused the world to become even more real. Then, the staff smashed the heavens as it swept towards the sacred sword that was coming down from above. Rumble. The staff and sacred sword collided, causing heaven and earth to collapse. After this attack, Ming Zun immediately retreated. The sovereign's light figure obviously had the upper hand. The sixth sacred lord and the ninth sacred lord heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was not the end. Powerful. Look at my seventh move. Ming Zun, who had retreated, immediately raised his staff again. What? There's still a seventh move. This is impossible. The sixth sacred lord and the ninth sacred lord were shocked. Whoosh! The silhouettes of the 7 venerables of heaven and earth appeared in 7 different locations with their enormous staff shadows. Then, they combined together in an extremely mysterious way. The space-time instantly turned into boundless darkness. There was no light at all. Rumble. After a loud explosion, the darkness dissipated and light reappeared. At this moment, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure was sent flying. It broke through the turbulent waters of the Golden River and crashed into a huge stone pillar. However, Ming Zun had no intention of stopping. He laughed and said, "Not bad. Your sovereign's descent has some tricks up its sleeves. I have used all 7 moves, but I still can't break through this sovereign's light figure. My 8th move has just been created, and it's not perfected yet. Let's try it on her." 8th move. Ming Zun's voice seemed to resound in the sky. The heavenly feather race swept across heaven and earth once again. 7 complete heavenly feather race's light figures and 1 blurry light figure appeared. In an instant, the space-time once again turned into boundless darkness. However, following this, a shining light figure appeared in the darkness. The strange thing was that this light figure didn't seem to belong to this world. It seemed to have descended from another world. Many heavenly venerables who were attracted by the commotion were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying attack before. How is this possible? Is this the power of a heavenly venerate? True Flame Demon Lord was shocked. Rumble. The shadow of the stick that appeared from the darkness swept across the place and eventually descended upon the space-time. The darkness dissipated once again, and light reappeared. However, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure instantly collapsed. It turned into rays of 5-colored light and disappeared. The 3 rank 6 ultimate treasures also scattered. Impossible. He actually destroyed the sovereign's light figure. The 9th sacred lord was completely shocked. He touched it. The 6th sacred lord's heart trembled as he panicked. He was the 2nd most powerful person in the heavenly feather race. In the past, he had even fought with Heavenly Master Zi Shao, who was known as the Invincible Heavenly Venerate. However, at that time, he had been defeated by Heavenly Master Zi Shao and had been forced to flee. He had been unable to fight back at all. Later on, when he heard that Heavenly Master Zi Shao had been suppressed by Universe 4, he even clapped his hands and cheered. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had experienced that feeling again. In the mysterious space, Jiang Xi was monitoring everything through the images in the lake. He was also shocked and excited at the same time. This is Ming Zun's power. I have never seen Ming Zun in action before. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Ha, this is the fortune of the human race. Chapter 597. In the inner region of Goldflow River, undercurrents were surging. From the appearance of the huge space whirlpool to the battle between the four heavenly venerables, the earth-shattering aura had never subsided. At that moment, there were more than 10 heavenly venerables watching from afar. However, none of them dared to get close. These heavenly venerables were all stunned. It was too terrifying. The 10 heavenly venerables did not expect that Ming Tianzuan, who was not well known in Chaos Sea, would have such terrifying strength. The Heavenly Feather Race's Sovereign Descent technique summoned the Sovereign Light Shadow, which definitely had the combat power of a top-notch Heavenly Venerate. However, it was still defeated by Ming Tianzuan. My original body has always lacked a suitable 6th-rank offensive treasure. Ming Tianzuan's voice sounded. He held the Armillary Sky Staff and stood in the surging golden river water. There was no joy on his face as he said in a low voice, "It is precisely because I do not have a powerful offensive treasure that I have always kept a low profile. I am afraid that I will be too powerful and bring disaster to my race. I am indebted to Heavenly Venerate Zi Shao. He is like my father and brother. Before he was suppressed by the 4th universe, he asked me to lead my race well. 6th Sacred Master, 9th Sacred Master, do you know what angers me the most?" In the next moment, Ming Tianzuan's eyes shone brightly as he roared, "I am most angry that you dare to put a bounty on my race's elites. How dare you say that you want to exterminate my race? So what if you are from the Heavenly Feather Race? So what if you are the 3rd force in Chaos Sea? How dare you be so arrogant when Heavenly Venerate Zi Shao is here? Today, I will let you know the consequences of threatening to exterminate my race." Ming Tianzuan roared with a ferocious expression. His blood-red aura shot up into the sky like a rainbow. Then, he lifted the Armillary Sky Staff and swept it out. The 8th move. Run! Run! The 6th Sacred Master and 9th Sacred Master were shocked and angry. However, they did not have any thoughts of fighting back. They did not dare to stay any longer and immediately teleported away. However, the speed of the staff was too fast. Boundless darkness instantly descended. It was as if a staff shadow had descended from an illusion into reality. It shone brightly as it merged with Ming Tianzuan's Armillary Sky Staff whoosh. The staff silently smashed toward the 6th Sacred Master and 9th Sacred Master. The expressions of the two heavenly venerables from the Heavenly Feather Race changed drastically as they unleashed their space-time domain at almost the same time. Several huge stars and giant swords appeared. Boom! Boom! However, this strike was too powerful. Wherever it passed, stars exploded and giant swords crumbled. It swept toward the two heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race with unstoppable momentum. "Quick, stop him!" The 9th Saint Master shouted in fear. "His attack can even defeat the Sovereign Light Shadow. How can I possibly block it? Let's escape first." The 6th Saint Master said angrily. "You can't escape." Ming Zun was expressionless as he chased after them with his staff. His speed continued to soar. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. Moreover, this staff was surrounded by many staff shadows that wreaked havoc in this space-time, constantly smashing apart the stars and giant swords formed by the two heavenly venerates of the Heavenly Feather Race. At this moment, space-time was in chaos, and they did not have any chance to teleport. Phew! A 6th-grade flying ship appeared. The 6th Saint Lord and the 9th Saint Lord instantly entered the flying ship. They wanted to use the flying ship's speed to escape. Quick! The 9th Saint Lord shouted anxiously. Quick, quick, quick! The 6th Saint Lord's face was tense as he sped up. The flying ship's speed became faster and faster. However, Mingzun's speed was not slow as he used the armillary sky staff to open a path. 100,000 times the speed of light instantly caught up with the flying ship. Do you think you can escape? Mingzun clenched his right hand and grabbed at the flying ship. His palm suddenly became 1,000,000 kilometers large. Staff shadows whizzed out from his fist and covered the space around the flying ship. Then, boundless darkness descended. Not good. We have no chance of resisting within the flying ship. 6th brother, don't worry about me. You go. I will stay here and delay him. The 2 heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race were in despair. The 9th Saint Lord wanted to fight with his life to win a chance for the 6th Saint Lord, but he was stopped by the 6th Saint Lord boom. The flying ship disappeared, and the 2 heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race reappeared. The 6th Saint Lord was wearing silver armor, and his 6 pairs of white wings were gently flapping. He originally looked very holy. However, at this moment, this heavenly venerate elite that shook the entire Chaos Sea was filled with anger. Mingzun, we have already escaped, but you are still chasing after us. If it was just the 9th Saint Lord, he would be in danger of dying in front of you. However, are you sure you can stop me? Are you sure you want to fight to the death with my heavenly feather race? His words sounded like a threat, but in reality, he was begging for mercy. Hand over a set of 6th grade treasures, and the enmity between your heavenly feather race and my 4th universe's human race will be considered settled. Otherwise, I don't mind having a few more opponents to train my staff techniques with. Mingzun's tone was extremely domineering. The 6th Saint Lord's expression was very ugly. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Then, he raised his head and said, "All right, my heavenly feather race respects the strong. These are 4 6th grade treasures. 1 for attack, 1 for flight, 1 for primordial spirit, and 1 for armor. I hope you can keep your promise." Whoosh, he waved his hand and 4 streaks of light shot out. Mingzun stretched out his hand and grabbed them. After taking a look, he kept them and dispersed the boundless darkness. Whoosh! The 6th Saint Lord brought the 9th Saint Lord and teleported away without stopping for a moment. This scene shocked the dozen or so heavenly venerables who were secretly watching from afar. Demon Lord Jin Yen, who was not far away, and Jiang Xi, who was in the mysterious space. The heavenly feather race was the 3rd most powerful force in the Chaos Sea and the strongest race in the 1st universe. They had always been domineering in their actions. However, Mingzun, who was not well known in the Chaos Sea, had actually forced 2 heavenly venerables from the heavenly feather race to bow their heads and hand over a set of 6th grade treasures to save their lives. Moreover, the 6th Saint Lord was not an ordinary heavenly venerate. He was the 2nd heavenly venerate of the heavenly feather race. Congratulations, Mingzun. The human race of the 4th universe is really powerful. Countless years ago, there was heavenly venerate Purple Firmament who was invincible in the Chaos Sea. Now, you, Mingzun, have defeated 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race. I admire you. Demon Lord Jin Yen said. Demon Lord Jin Yen and all the friends who are watching the battle. Venerable Ming glanced at Lord True Flame, then looked around. I would like to ask everyone to help, spread the news of this battle. Ha, let all the forces in the Chaos Sea laugh at the heavenly feather race. I like it. Demon Lord Jin Yen laughed. Don't worry, Mingzun. We will do as you say. Don't worry. Soon, the entire Chaos Sea will know about this. The The dozen or so heavenly venerables who were secretly watching the battle also laughed through their spiritual senses. Ming Zun nodded slightly. Then, he broke through the endless golden water of the Gold Flow River with the armillary sky staff and disappeared. Demon Lord Jin Yen and the other heavenly venerables also left with mixed feelings. As for the huge space vortex, as the source and battlefield of this battle, it was also known by all the forces in the Chaos Sea. However, at this stage, no heavenly venerables dared to step into it. This was because everyone had noticed its uniqueness and danger during the battle just now. This was a dangerous place that could threaten the lives of heavenly venerables. In the distant mysterious space, Jiangxi's spiritual sense saw everything through the surveillance footage in the lake. It was as if he was there himself. He was still a little excited and shocked, and it was difficult for him to calm down in a short time. After this battle, none of the major forces in the Chaos Sea will dare to use the humans of the Fourth Universe to establish their dominance, right? Although the two heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race had not died, they had to use a set of sixth-stage supreme treasures to survive. This was enough to explain everything. Ming Zun used this battle to tell the Chaos Sea that the humans of the Fourth Universe were not to be bullied. Jiang Xi also understood Ming Zun's final intention. With Ming Zun's strength, he could have at least killed the ninth sacred lord if he had been ruthless. However, this would have led to a situation where only one side would be able to kill the heavenly feather race. No matter how strong Ming Zun was, there was only one of him. The heavenly feather race was different. Even if one of the 9 heavenly venerables died, there were still 8. Moreover, the heavenly feather race had the first sacred lord, who was even stronger. He could survive in front of the invincible heavenly venerate purple firmament. He was probably not weaker than Ming Zun. In addition, at the level of Dao Lords, the heavenly feather race still had hundreds of Dao Lords. As for the human race, including Jiang Xi, there were only 23 Dao Lords. If the human race and the heavenly feather race really went against each other, the human race would be the one to suffer in the end. Therefore, Ming Zun had profited greatly by taking a set of 6th-stage supreme treasures. At the same time, he could settle this grudge and prevent the two races from going to war. Once the war started, it was conceivable that the human race's experts would hide in the Fourth Universe for safety. They would not dare to step into the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea was the battlefield of Dao Lords and Heavenly Venerables. If they could not explore and train here, the human race would not have the chance to give birth to a new Heavenly Venerate. A temporary compromise in exchange for more opportunities for the race to develop. Jiang Xi's gaze was deep. At this moment, he understood the meaning of being the leader of the race even more. Under the situation where Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament was permanently suppressed, Ming Zun would be the only sky of the human race. He would protect the entire race and lead the race to become stronger. I want to become stronger too. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. His spiritual consciousness left the lake's surveillance image. His gaze turned to the island in the middle of the lake. Then, he flew over. He could see that there were many ancient palaces on the island. Obviously, a long time ago, this was once the residence of an ultimate expert or a powerful race. Just from the surveillance images in the lake, he could tell. Those images could almost monitor all the dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. At the same time, through the large number of space whirlpools above, he could also reach those places. This kind of heaven-defying method was unheard of. Even the two Holy Land universes could not do it. Otherwise, the Chaos Sea would have long become the Holy Land's private land. What kind of powerful civilization left behind the traces? Is it the previous Calamity era? Or an even more ancient existence? Jiang Xi thought as he flew. Soon, he was above the island. Vaguely, there was an ancient and heavy aura coming from it. There shouldn't be any danger. Jiang Xi was a little hesitant. He did not go down immediately. He had already used his spiritual consciousness to check and could confirm that there was no aura of life below. And if there was really danger, the danger would have erupted when he entered this space. It would not have waited until now. However, to be cautious, Jiang Xi still did a test. He took out a true treasure that he did not need and threw it down. Dang, the true treasure hit the roof of a palace, making a crisp sound. There is no danger. Jiang Xi landed on the island with ease. An island with a diameter of only 1,000,000 kilometers is not considered big. To him, he could cross the entire island with a light step. Of course, this was an exploration, so he did not need to be so fast. Next, Jiang Xi walked slowly on the island. Soon, his gaze was attracted by the connected palaces. He could see that these ancient palaces were connected to the island. They were all carved out of the mountain rocks on the island, forming many ancient stone palaces. On the outer walls of the palaces, there were relief patterns that clearly recorded the history of the existence of that powerful civilization. There were powerhouses fighting, causing the sky to fall and the earth to sink. Abyss cracks that could not be healed were torn open in the void. Endless chaotic gray fog poured down like a waterfall. There was a golden whip that swept across the sky, destroying the densely packed ancient warships and leaving a long golden river in the void. There was a towering mountain that directly killed a group of giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black rain filled the sky. There was also a peerless figure who created a brilliant path that penetrated everything. He swept away the powerful enemies in the sky like rain and crossed over to an unknown world. These relief patterns were not dead objects. They carried a kind of tragic and stirring feeling of blood and tears. Just a glance at them would cause one to fall into a tragic situation and feel grief. Even with Jiang Xi's current strength, he could not resist the will of the relief patterns. It's too scary. What a scary civilization. It took him a long time to break free from that tragic and stirring situation then, with shock, he fell into deep thought. The long golden river that was left behind by the long whip is obviously the flowing gold river. I don't know when that battle took place. However, the traces of the battle have remained to this day and become a dangerous place in the Chaos Sea. What about that mountain? Could it be the treasure that attracted the sixfold mountain? And that heaven's path? Is it the legendary Eternal Road? Or is it the road on Earth? In addition, where did the enemies of this scary civilization come from? Jiang Xi had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he could not find the answers. At this moment, he also thought of a lot of other things. For example, where did these treasures in the Chaos Sea come from? Who refined them? Jiang Xi had never heard of any expert who could refine supreme treasures since he had roamed the Chaos Sea. Senior Qing Shi once said that the ancient immortal world of the fourth universe was a garbage station. But does the fourth universe have that many treasures? Obviously, the ancient immortal world is not a garbage station of the fourth universe, but a garbage station of another world. There are many low-grade treasures in the ancient immortal world, and there are many high-level treasures in the Chaos Sea. They seem to be of the same origin. If that's the case, the treasures in the ancient immortal world might have come from the Chaos Sea. And the source of these treasures is probably related to the scary beings in the relief carvings. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. I thought I was very strong, but after seeing this, I'm still too weak. I don't even have the right to be with them. Maybe when I have the battle power of a celestial master, I'll be able to know these hidden secrets. Jiang Xi sighed. Actually, even if he knew now, he would only be asking for trouble. In short, he was too weak. Jiang Xi guessed that the two Holy Land universes and the Heavenly Feather race should know something. Just now, he had watched the battle through the surveillance video of the lake. He had noticed that when Tomorrow Venerable used the Armillary Sky Staff to perform the 8th move, the 6th Sacred Master had said something he had touched. Touched what? Eternal Road? Jiang Xi pondered for a long time before looking away from the relief carvings. Then, he walked toward a palace. He walked along the long corridor and stepped into the palace. After looking around the palace, he realized that there was nothing special about this ancient stone palace. The only thing worth noticing was that there were ancient carvings everywhere in the palace. In the carvings, there were strange life forms that looked like humans cheering. It was as if they had made a breakthrough in their cultivation. There were races killing each other, and there were also great beings fighting in the sky. Countless carvings were telling the story of an ancient civilization. However, these carvings gave Jiang Xi the feeling that although they were similar to the relief carvings outside the palace, they were more like imitations. The ancient civilization shown by the carvings was imitating the scary beings in the relief carvings. The battle in the relief carvings is obviously even more ancient. And the civilization living in this mysterious space might have seen that battle and recorded those scenes. Or maybe the great beings who left these carvings were the ones who experienced that battle. Jiang Xi looked at the carvings and pondered. Next, he explored the palaces on this island and found that there were similar carvings in every palace. There was no useful information. Finally, Jiang Xi finally walked to the center of the island. It was like a square surrounded by many palaces. In the middle of the square, there was only a huge stone wall with some messy symbols carved on it. Those symbols were very ancient, like words. Although Jiang Xi had never seen them before, he could clearly understand the meaning. This was a message transmission at the primordial spirit level. I've broken through, but so what? Even the eternal supremes will die. Dead. They're all dead. After paying such a huge price, none of them survived. Cage. This is just a cage. Heaven piercing. Heaven piercing. Only she stepped out. Why? Jiang Xi stood in front of the stone wall and stared blankly. The symbols on the stone wall contained madness, anger, sorrow, unwillingness, and regret. These strong emotions caused Jiang Xi to fall into them, and his primordial spirit suffered a strong impact vaguely. It was as if there was a powerful existence roaring and roaring at him. They're all dead, all dead. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Boom. His sea of consciousness rumbled, and Jiang Xi suddenly woke up. Huff, terrifying, just the emotions contained in the words can affect my mind. An expert who died in an unknown era, just the words left behind are so powerful. Then how strong is his own strength? Jiang Xi was shocked and pondered the meaning of those words. The two heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather clan used the Supreme Descent and summoned the Supreme Light Shadow. The words on the stone wall also mentioned the Eternal Supremes. Could this be the realm after the Heavenly Venerables? The cage refers to this mysterious space. Or the entire Chaos Sea. Or something else. Jiang Xi seemed to have discovered a huge secret, and his heart was beating rapidly. He shook his head and eliminated the first possibility. The cage could not be this mysterious space, because those spatial whirlpools were the passageways out. If it's referring to the Chaos Sea, then it's terrifying. Jiang Xi felt suffocated. He thought of the calamity. Every countless eras, the Chaos Sea would experience a calamity that could destroy everything. Why would there be a calamity in the Chaos Sea? Was there a terrifying existence that was controlling everything? The expert who left behind these words was terrifying, but his ending was so tragic. Did he die in the calamity? The last sentence mentioned the heaven-piercing realm, and also mentioned that she stepped out. That she, is it referring to the peerless figure in the relief? Jiang Xi fell into deep thought in front of the stone wall, trying to deduce all of this. In fact, when he saw the carvings just now, he realized that the heavenly path that the woman had created was somewhat similar to the one on earth. However, it didn't make sense. Because among the 4 original universes, the 4th universe was the youngest. Even the strongest race in the first universe, the heavenly feather race, was far from the terrifying existence in the relief, so the 4th universe was far behind. Therefore, inferring from this point, the path to heaven couldn't be the one on earth. The road on earth is paved with eerie white bones, but the heavenly road on the relief pattern is resplendent. Jiang Xi shook his head. There might be many secrets hidden in it. I'll ask Senior Qingshi some other day. He was the one who showed me the path on earth. Jiang Xi moved forward again and entered the depths of the island, carefully observing everything around him. This island is too quiet, like a paradise, but there are no plants or treasures, only a palace and a large number of carvings. Finally, Jiang Xi came to the palace in the deepest part of the island, which was also the largest one. Huh? As soon as he walked into the palace, Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed and saw 2 items lying quietly on the ground. One was a black half-moon talisman with special symbols engraved on it. The other was a gray stone token, emitting waves of intoxicating aura. These 2 items. Jiang Xi was puzzled and surprised. He was puzzled because before entering the island, he had already used his spiritual consciousness to investigate this place. He was sure that he hadn't found these 2 items at that time. In other words, these 2 items didn't belong to the Tao Lord level. He was surprised because he recognized the black talisman. When he first entered the Chaos Sea, Tao Lord 9 Heavens gave him a lot of information, including information about this talisman. It's the token of the myriad world's ruins. Jiang Xi looked at the half-moon talisman with a burning gaze. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.